I don't remember exactly what the recommendation now. I talked about sustainability. And sustainability has been taken away from just environmental human resource. And that brings me to the issue of that talks about human relationship with how you relate to people who work with. That of the emotional intelligence has got and is all part of sustainability. And you realize the fact that we're now dealing with business. You know more the African, you'll be shocked if I give you just 3 examples. So I was going to acknowledge it started to work. One week down the line, the nation. The third week, it wasn't permission. He told me it wasn't going to work. I said, what? He said that issue and kept on taking nation and just thought it was going to work. I said, no, tell me exactly what the issue was. He dealt with the issue. And I told him, anytime you need permission, speak with me. We'll walk around it. What I also discovered was that the guy was open to me. He said he used to work in a business center. They weren't paying him well. The arrangement he had with them was that he would be doing some business and that business wasn't coming. And suddenly at the time, a lot of things came. And he thought, if I could take this a little bit, let me really call you say. And then look for the guy, I love this. The guy is so intelligent that he doesn't talk others. And it's my next part. In fact, I'm taking it for you know what? I'll pay your school fees. And I've told him, if I by myself, I'm making a point of who he was. Because the guy has been low. Imagine when he was taking permission, I didn't look in to understand what was wrong with him. I don't have that much patience. This morning, I interviewed a driver. And I said, why do you want to leave the work again? Because they are paying you so well. I won't even pay you that much. And he told me, my boss asked me, I said, what do you mean? She said, well, I drive a Lebanese lady. She doesn't even start work until about 9, 10. I don't close until about 11. If she's trying to describe, if I miss the road, she will shout at me. I will get confused and I will just drive her out. And all these things require emotional intelligence. If you understand yourself and the person you are dealing with. And this is where in law we apply. That's what equity really means. Deal with people the way they come across. Don't give everybody, give everybody equal opportunity. But people will come across to you different. Now, the last one, because I don't want to take so much of your time. This is very interesting. So this young girl went to school abroad. She came, at first I thought it was the abroad thing in her. She was different from every other person in the office. They put her aside. She was doing her job. She told me from day one, the area of law she wanted. She told me she didn't want to go to court. I said, okay, we'll put you in administrative and secretariat work. So she was doing her job diligently. One day, she said she needed to talk to me at office meeting. Typically, I would ask, what are the challenges you are having? How can we help you do your job better? And she said, well, our challenge is that she can't cope with her closing time. I said, why? She said, well, she lives in Chevron Life. My office is in Ikoyi. That if she leaves the office at 6, officially we close at 6, but if you have work for the day, I will still keep you. You just have to stay back. So my typical Nigerian guys, they will be in the office till 9. In fact, they will tell me, okay, the staff will rather just stay in the office and work and be productive till we go and then when the road is clear. And she didn't insist. She asked. She wanted to be closing at 5. And she told me, if I get home, if I leave at 5 and 7, If I get home by 7, if you send me any work to do, I will do. And guess what? If you send that, there was a day I had a method. I sent her something at 9. I was expecting her to turn it out the next day. But at 12 midnight, she turned it out. What does that say to me? If I just have to be in the office for 1 hour, I can't get anything from her. What did she might even decide to do? But she's been very productive, whether on-site or off-site. So I need to just say this, that we need a lot of emotional intelligence dealing with issues, and we should apply equity how we deal with this.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to give that number of time as well yesterday. So new idea. Okay. I still have about 10 more minutes for this side. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My key takeaways about the NAP document is one of the panelists highlighted at very high level. We need to break it down so each stakeholder will develop SOPs so that it can be used. Otherwise, we cannot access the document. How does someone gathering does that? It's not missing the beginning and so of people.
Thank you. Thank you. That's why I asked.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And my reflection has to do with to us as individuals and as corporate institutions. And I think the major thing we need to do is that we need to know that we have an image to protect as a business institution, NGO, government institution, or regulator, more especially to do with the business. However, the government tries to regulate operation of the business, provided that particular business owner is not ready to do what is expected of him, to make sure that he has done what is right. There is no way the regulator can get that person. Because like the example I gave yesterday, certain businesses, because they know they are violating, the time that they are expecting a regulator will be operating based on the standards that are required. But they know there are certain times, maybe in the night or any other or weekends or something like that. They will just come and operate based on where they want to. They know they are violating, but by that time, the government cannot see them, the regulators cannot see them. So what I think is just our decision as business owners or an institution to do what's right that will help us succeed. So however the government wants to regulate the operation of a particular business, it cannot do it provided that business owner is not ready to do what is right. So my point is that we need to know that we need first know what is right and try to do what is right. That is when our country will be better for us to benefit. And that is what we are expecting for a sustainable developed country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take my final one if there's any. Oh, okay. All right.
I really don't have much to say. I think it's just a reminder, which is this last slide from the guy that I can't remember his name now. So I just want to quote that, and I think we all need to. So deny people their human rights is actually questioning their human existence. And if we have that at the back of our mind, I think we all do well to know when and when to stop when we are trying to deprive people of their rights. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that should really emphasize denying people their human rights, essentially questioning their human existence. Thank you.
I was just from what was saying, it's like it's more like you talked about a lot of business owners and government agencies and their vision and human rights. And I'm hoping that today we are going to touch on, employee evaluation, like from period to period, colleagues. I think we're going to talk about it today because if there's just one MBO, then your colleagues are like five people. So if your MBO or your CEO is aware of human rights violations, it's legitimate that area. What about the employee? You know if it was your employees or happening.
You get that? Yes. So what happens in the case when an employee violates another employee's human rights? And then not the superior or the leader doing that. But I think the organization is we're supposed to have procedures when there is a violation, the process of through how to get addressed, and even how to prevent it within the aspect as well. This is why we can't take away the I think like one thing we'll still have more conversations on it. Yeah,
thank you. So yesterday, my key takeaway was the part where there has to be an environment for the child. Yeah, we're talking about work then as opposed to in terms of environment. But businesses also have rights, right? So, like, how communities are accountable when they come and like material to businesses. Like we had cases Ireland when this was happening. Communities did vandalize properties, like all of them accountable for that.
Thank you. Just what so those are like here.
All right, thank you very much. Just my take from yesterday's conversation is I just want to draw our attention to whatever we are going to talk about today to kind of look at it also from the digital rights my man with Farmer syndrome, of course, I work in the digital rights space, and we do have MTN and what have you. The conversation is gravitating towards extra sector and what have you. So, and also if you look at digital environment, it creeps into every sector, every business. So I think that's something that we need to take into cognizance. Whatever conversation we are going to have is also so the digital aspect of that.
Thank you. I just to say, I think it was yesterday, but I think we take it yesterday. The government's duty to protect is not just protecting the host communities or the citizens, they call it protecting the business themselves. And so they play that role of protecting, but the businesses have rights to protect, and not just the consumers or the citizens. Okay, I have 2 more. Any other hand? Okay. Paper, please.
One of the key points for me yesterday was also remembering to be inclusive as we talk about human rights. And in terms of the discussion of Indigenous people versus non-Indigenous people, the vulnerabilities that I have involved to, the idea that we're, working in a mining environment and if there's any sort of health hazard, is it only for the Indigenous people in the area, or also the non-Indigenous who are also registered for the area? So just keeping in mind, there might be protection of one set of people, very well, but how can we do that inclusive enough that it represents all the populations that are exposed to vulnerability?
Thank you. There was something Maria said yesterday when we stepped out. I'm hoping there will be a time to get some ideas from our about it. How to differentiate business disputes, right? Are separate from human rights violation. What caused our colleague gave an example of the contract they have entered with another business, and then it's like that's a term has been violated. And is that a violation of my human rights or and so how do we differentiate between business disputes? And I'm sure if that's what people say on that, and so other lawyers in the will come to that, maybe doing, or have some free time to really get to all that.
You have affected already.
Thanks a lot. Sorry, I was just reflecting on the question, the comments that Mr. made. And I think that for today, I really, an area of interest which I close to this session will touch on is human rights in support. Particularly what happens in second and third tier of supply chain value. From what I see and experience sometimes as primary businesses, sometimes you have to do subcontracts. And we find that sometimes when you work hard in your space to maintain business and human rights principles, then what happens in the next, in the value chain, second or third, or even primary business, that's where we find that sometimes violations seem to happen, those of raw materials and things like that. So I thought it will touch on it a little bit to see how that builds in, so we can build on.
Thank you, sir. If you open that, you have just introduced the we're going to. Okay, and so what's the way to introduce the session? And so I just feel that we want to welcome the program specialist, the rule of law and human rights of the UNDP, Napoleon Inayaba, as it takes on rethinking human rights in supply chain. So thank you very much. Kevin, take the slide.
Okay, good morning. I say esteemed friends, because we're all participants here. And I see, coming from here, a lot of friends, colleagues here who have lots of wealth of experience. And I'm happy that business and human rights is not coming through to a lot of people and new ideas or something we haven't heard about before. Just as a way of introducing myself again, as Edosa has done, I work with the UNDP, and my daily role mainly focuses on human rights related issues and rule of law, although I'm not a lawyer. And today I'm going to basically start our discussion today with an experience I've had in the field. Sometimes in 2016, I took on a role with one of the foreign missions in Nigeria. And for you to be able to issue out accountability grants, I'm sure civil society organizations here know what accountability grants are. And then, or issue out a commercial contract. So those are the ones you give to the Adam Smith International, the Torchlight International, and the rest of them. There are procedures. One of those procedures require that you do a sort of due diligence assessment. And if you're going to be working within the security space, there is also additional requirements on you. And basically that requirement is just to test whether the institution you're working with are keeping to human rights issues. But there are equally obligations that says we will not shy away from doing human rights issues because an organization is known for perpetrating human rights violations. So the argument is that when you do human rights interventions, by implication, you're trying to educate and empower people not to violate others again. So we have these projects ongoing. Fast forward. Has broken. Allegation that the mission has been funding the federal SARS, and that the federal SARS that we've been funding has been involved in human rights violation. So by implication, we've been aiding and abetting human rights violation. It sounds like super story. So, I mean, when parliamentary questions come, it's not a joke. You can't go to bed. It's not a joke. So if you flip that, our top risks are usually categorized around 3 areas. One is fiduciary risk. Second has to do with operational risk, and then reputational risk. You see, they don't play with any of these 3 risks. But reputation is something that really matters a lot to them, because that determines whether people will have confidence in the institution, in what you're doing and everything. So they don't play with it at all. Flip that to a private entity with consumers who are very conscious of rights issues, right? With regards to organizations that are either offering services to them or producing what they consume. They would just start moving away from that institution. And so basically, what I'm trying to talk about is the fact that if you look through the supply chain as an organization, you cannot just say, I have done everything regarding human rights, respect for human rights within my entity, and so I am okay. People who participate in your supply chain does matter as well. Because you could be accused of financing organizations that have been involved in human rights violation. By implication, you are only doing the same thing. What do we do about people who are financing terrorists? They are necessarily the ones carrying bombs and killing people. But they are supplying funds and or whatever they're engaging, finances that are into terrorists and are using it to perpetrate violence. It's the same thing that applies in this case. With that story, I will come to the vision of today. So as I just said, so basically today we're looking at discussion, rethinking human rights across supply chain. And so when some years back, the UN Security, the UN Human Rights Council approved the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. The essence is so that they will have a kind of a standard, whether for big businesses or small businesses across the world. As explained yesterday, So you would see that the whole idea is branded as exchange yesterday on 3 pillars. And these pillars cover one of it is protect, and we already said that the duty to protect rests with the government. And there is also respect. And the responsibility to respect rests with what the business. And yesterday we did say that government is equally involved in that business, right? Is that not what we agreed yesterday? That government was involved. And of course, the last one is the remedy. Today, my focus is on the second pillar, which is where the businesses come into play. So, according to the UNGP, there is a requirement on the part of businesses. One, to show, and secondly, no human rights. And for them to show that this too is happening, we're showing human rights, we know human rights. There are commitments that are required on the part of businesses. That commitment says that you must have a policy in place on respect for human rights in your institution. It also says that you are required to do human rights due diligence. Now, this is not a one-off exercise. It is not what you do and go to bed and say, we've done it, everything is all right. It's a continuous process. Human beings are dynamic. The society where we work in are dynamic as well. As a result, we need to keep testing and ensuring. Also, the businesses you're working with, you will be working with one partner today, tomorrow is another partner, so there is need for that process to continue. And of course, lastly, you must have processes and mechanisms for remedy in the event that human rights issues have been violated. Now, of these 3 requirements, we have seen in different fora where people say, we think business generally struggles with human rights due diligence. And you know that as required by UNGP, you have a responsibility, right? To ensure that if there is violation, actual violation or potential violation of human rights that your company perpetrates, whether in the course of operation, production, service, or even in the course of engaging with institutions. First thing first, you don't even allow it to happen, right? Your first requirement is to avoid that sort of human rights violation. Of course, when it happens, we said it already, that there should be some sort of remedy. So in order to ensure that this is not happening, you have to do that human rights impact sort of assessment. Now, there are key steps that are required in terms of getting this done. This is not necessary to say there is a template on how this should be done, but this is basically to say, that businesses in doing this first need to wear the hat of human rights, right? And that all your approaches must have a human right embedded in it. So when you decide to do, say, a research, for instance, on how your business is impacting on the environment, it has to have what? A human rights sort of lens. So you shouldn't look at it purely from environment perspective. But there's also a requirement that sometimes you want to probably just focus on purely human rights sort of impact assessments of your business. Second thing in terms of human rights due diligence, there's a requirement that once your impact assessment is done, right, you have to look at ways of responding on the findings of those impact assessments. So in doing so, you have to look at, we have done this, we've done that, we've done that. We shouldn't necessarily just restrict it to say this is how we address human rights alone. You should spread it across every other lens. People have talked about when a colleague is abusing me, what should I do, right? When I'm doing this in the office, somebody else results into human rights abuse, what should I do? So you have to mainstream all your sort of findings into every areas of your organization. And yesterday, one of our speakers said something. I had to fire a colleague who was kind of inclined to marry, is it a minor? The explanation one of our colleagues gave yesterday. The reality is that organizations have obligation to, one, make budgets available, two, make policies, put policies in place, three, ensure training for personnel so that they know all that was applied, right? So the third thing is that besides your impact assessment, you must do tracking and monitoring. Now, tracking and monitoring of the effectiveness of your response should be an ongoing process. It is important that in doing this, I think there were a lot of people who were talking about independent sort of assessments yesterday in this meeting. To ensure that people who are directly affected are involved in that tracking and monitoring sort of process of human rights. So you could establish, for instance, a joint company community sort of monitoring team that does human rights monitoring. The last thing is communicating and reporting. Information about due diligence process and impact should be publicly communicated, but in such a way that itself does not become a sort of threat to people, but it should be what? It should be relevant. So, why is human rights due diligence supply thing? Why is it important? I mean, one is because it is the right thing to do, right? Our auntie here quoted, I mean, we echo the quote from yesterday's presentation. It is the right thing to do. I want to be respected, so I should respect someone else as well, right? Second is that business generally benefits when we had this conversation yesterday, people said it has to be driven by data. I think that's a challenge for all of us in terms of how do we start looking into data set on how has business followed through with human rights issues and of what impact has that had on businesses. And I made mention to our presenter yesterday when we were having a side chat. I said, well, if you look at some big businesses in Nigeria, they are now building foundation. They now have sort of reaching out to people and their interest, projecting themselves in a sort of human rights, youthful sort of things that align with modern thinking. But we need that data to help us tell whether that is contributing to the benefit for those sort of organizations. Of course, in the global world, there's the African Free Trade Agreement, which means we now operate across the continents. A lot of Nigerian businesses are going to the West beyond Africa. The standard you maintain at home matters a lot in the places where you are going to. So, in applying human rights due diligence in supply chain, these are some of the things I feel are very important. We talked about that if you look at supply chain, it's across from sourcing material to distribution, from one industry to the other. It is important that you know, as a business, as an organization, the people you are engaging with, that for instance, they are not into child labor, because that could backfire on you. We already highlighted the importance of that, right? Second point, you need to do your audits and due diligence. We already highlighted the importance of doing audits and due diligence to kind of understand the other organizations you work with in your supply chain, just to be sure that they also are into human rights issues as well. It is now common in many countries of the world that they have legislations and regulations, and Nigeria does as well, of which if you are not keeping to certain standards, of course, you will be the talk of the town, and that could have a negative impact on your business. We also talked about one of the ways to mitigate human rights violations within your institution is to ensure that people are empowered to know right and wrong. That's very important. Second, we've seen a lot of companies that are now saying, we will not accept certain products from certain locations because we have suspicion that those products are being used to finance conflicts. Those products are being used to finance what the world would refer as an aberration. We also have a lot of certifications that are going on globally. The awards my brother talked about yesterday. And of course, if Native were to be given awards on, transparency within the extractive industry and all of that. Basically telling the world that this is the organization to do business with. And awareness is, you see that a lot of consumers are now aware. It's a global village. They know all the things that businesses do. They say we suspect that this business is into all of that and all of that. So ensuring that that process is in place equally matters as well, because people will know that you don't take human rights seriously. And of course, we have list of organizations that have basically, over time, now introduced all of these sort of policies. Some have also said that they're introducing policies to ensure that certain raw materials that they use for their production are not coming from sources that are alleged to have child labor involvement, that they are using to finance conflicts, and the rest of it. So, and of course, the list goes on, and you see Microsoft, Coca-Cola have done the same thing as well. Now, these are points I have already highlighted. To improve your supply chain observance for human rights in your supply chain, that supply audit needs to happen. When I was working as a donor, before I give grant to an organization, I would do the due diligence. The due diligence assessment already have series of questions building around a lot of things. I don't just ask them to fill out the document, I go to them, I verify everything they say. Where is this document? I talk to people, how is this happening, and all of that, just to find out that it's not just for the sake of saying it. And of course, supply code of conduct is equally supplier code of conduct is very important. That the people who are supplying you products have clear policies around, bullying and harassment, safeguard policies, and all of those things are all in place. We've emphasized the importance of capacity building, especially for staff. And of course, responsible sourcing, which we just made reference to from the likes of Nestle and Coca-Cola and all of that. And of course, technology and innovation is equally critical in terms of monitoring things and just to have a second thought of things. So this is where I'll stop. I'm conscious the organizers have told me my time is up. Well, thank you all for your time, and I hope this has been useful.
Thank you, sir. I will request this like 10 minutes there, because we have reflections are possible. And so, if you have any reflections or any kind of question or clarification for Mr. Napoleon,
Thank you. This is my friend I brought up this morning. Thank you so very much for the beautiful presentation. And indeed, you just hit nail on the head indeed where we need to be looking in terms of due diligence within the supply chain. But how have you dealt with, indeed from the experience, the issue of responsible supply and ethical supply when it deals with markets? The African market, we understand, is a developing one. And a lot of the raw materials and so on come from various sources. Most of these economies are not developed and advanced in terms of processing as we have in the West. And sometimes we have issues of, these markets saying your raw materials are not up to spec, you've not properly prepared it, or packaging, your processing, and so on. And it's been identified that in a way, it's also a way of underpricing some of those inputs. What has been our experience in the likes of cocoa, in coffee, agro products also? But that's where some of the exposure appears to be highest. Not to talk of even minerals where you have child labor, things like that. But most of these are coming from economies that are struggling. So how have you struggled to find or have found a balance between what is ethical and what is actually required in the circumstance?
Thank you. Just one more.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I go back to the point on businesses tracking the impacts of human rights and the wider issues on businesses. I mean, using data. I want to observe, and you all know that most countries, if you check schools of construction, it's almost like cut a piece of the same thing. They're going to talk about diversity and inclusion, which means that they are against discrimination. Some of them talk about gender in terms of that diversity, which means that they like to they are mainstreaming gender issues. We talk about professional empowerment, which means that they are against violating the rights of people when it comes to the access to the common fundamental resources. We talk about many things, workplace practices that gives the start from level of comfort and a good working environment to work, which all these things are more like, if you interpret them in the context of human rights, they've essentially captured a good chunk of the ILO declaration, fundamental principles on rights and work. It captured a good essence of what all of us are talking about. Question is, to what extent are they following this code of conduct that we have? So the starting point, the code of conduct, people is not called a human rights thing. It's actually captured the whole essence of any human rights aspect of our discussion that is being discussed. So I think the whole issue of data is we are not too far from being able to have the data that is required. If organizations that are a separate line of business, let me put it like that, research think tanks want to delve into the issue, they can actually delve into the issue and begin to generate data that can be used to differentiate companies in terms of these practices. Most of the reporting that is reporting requirements already covered this, so we should not drop our hands to say that it will be difficult. So it's actually an opportunity. Somebody take up the mantle to prove further in terms of how are you guys living up to these principles and how it is affected. So the last Deloitte does annual survey to CEOs globally, and they find out what are those things that are important to see, and it is news. So there are a lot of things instead of this Western mimicry, whereby all the case studies and the examples you cite on this topic are actually what is happening globally. There is a lot of under research and under-exploited information that can be used to address our own realities in Nigeria. And I think that is where institutions that are better placed can do a lot more work. And we need to, there is no other solution than to look for how to gather the information and to differentiate companies. Thanks. Thank you. I'll take the last one and then the question.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Talking about due diligence, supply chain. The presenter talked about the duty to protect, which it said lies with government. And here we are in this country, where we have a president, of course, about 109 senators mocking and insulting the intelligence of the entire Nigerians about whether we should be allowed to breathe. In fact, this was even tabled at the National Assembly where they called for a report on whether Nigerians should be allowed to breathe or not. Personally, I feel highly insulted. I want to believe every reasonable Nigerian will feel the way I'm feeling. Please, what do you think this is, and what is your view as regard to whether we should be allowed to breathe or not?
So are there any specific indicators or criteria that can help differentiate genuine human rights impact assessment from instances of greenwashing? Now, I see quite a number of things that corporate entities are doing to push forward and give that whole PR output. It would be nice to hear from you as to how you have been able to identify in specific metrics, line items that you look at to be able to differentiate greenwashing from greenwashing. Thank you.
So I think the first thing to say is that the UN guiding principles have been put in place to create a common standard across the globe, irrespective of the size of the business, right? But we understand that the quality of those standards across different countries and continents differs. And in responding to your question, sir, the reality is that Nigeria is a peculiar environment, right? So I have not been a businessman. I have worked on the civil society side of things. And I can tell you from that point of view, what we have tried to do. Now, I've worked as a civil society activist, I've worked as a donor, and now I work with a multilateral institution. And I can share with you the three experiences I've had. The truth is that it is not always an excellent situation, sir. Frankly, it is not always an excellent situation. But as we always say when we do the due diligence helps you identify gaps. The institutions will tell you we are doing X and X. But by the time you start verifying, you will start seeing those gaps. For instance, they will say we have a system for whistleblowing within the system. But in reality, nobody can speak up in that organization. You are at the mercy of the executive director or the director of that organization. So basically, when we find out that sort of thing, and of course, if you want to give people money, they are willing to do a lot of things. I won't lie to you. If you want to give people money, it will allow for a lot of things. One of those things is that you could actually do a kind of anonymous sort of survey. You will do it. It will not go to the entity. It will come to you as a donor. Because they are suffering. They open up to you. Don't forget about what we said in terms of communicating and reporting. You do not you communicate what is relevant, but you do not communicate in such a way that it undermines or exposes the other person to further risk. So basically, what that does for us is that it helps us to say, and you know, when you do a due diligence, it comes with recommendations. Recommendations have specific recommendations and timelines. So you have those in place, and then you can come back after, say, 6 months, 1 year, to say you are doing that same assessment. None of the outcome of the assessment goes to the organization. It comes to you as a donor. So on the basis of that, you can decide at some point that, we're sorry, we cannot continue with you. Because by obligation, you could say, this organization has a reputation for doing this. We want to work with them to achieve this goal, but we have found that they have this gap. We will work with them in the next 1 year, to see if they can address this gap. When they cannot address it, discontinue with them. So most organizations in Nigeria, from a civil society perspective, comply because they know that if they don't do it, they will never get funding. Right? So I cannot speak about it in terms of how businesses are ensuring that balance that you talked about, because I'm not into the formal business sector, unfortunately, right? But I can talk about it from that perspective. And sir, I think the point you made is more of a comment than a question. Thank you so much. So I completely align myself with that. And I think it's a challenge for many organizations, especially the ones that are into innovation and data sort of gathering and crunching, to sort of start looking at creative ways of generating data sets you talked about, which is very useful. And over the time, it will strengthen transparency in the system. Because if organizations know that certain things that are happening within their system are making it through to the public, you will start being deliberate. So yeah, independent evaluation is a very, so unfortunately, the point around are we or not breathing now? So if you want to say we're not breathing, it means there's a new meaning of that word, right? And unfortunately, I don't have capacity to. So, I think the point I made to my senior brother here also respond to the point you raised. People, before you give out money to institutions, you need to also go beyond the books as an institution that is working with another organization, right? You need to go beyond the books. It is not sufficient to say we're doing this, we're doing that. You have to find ways of verifying. If you run into some of your relatives who are into contracting, when they're about to get one contract, you know the way they talk about it and the way the thing excites them, right? So I feel the appropriate thing is that through that chain, organizations have responsibility to properly interrogate whatever they are told and given. It needs to go beyond the books, and there are many ways of testing it nowadays, right? So that would be the direct answer to the question you have asked, that it needs to go beyond the books in terms of that supply chain. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. This external evaluation is about today, the policy advisory on the subsidy removal yesterday. I don't think there was a lot of chance to have. We went to their site to yes, if only we actually put that policy on, we're talking about whether we should do it or not. Actually, we're talking about very closely. All right. So this minute to use something to us. You know your agenda, don't worry. I think you want to try agenda.
Hi everyone. My name is Tony. So this two-day conversation is very much the tip of the iceberg. And we all recognize, I think by now, that there are many dimensions to this issue at hand. There are many companies at many levels. A lot of references that we've been making from yesterday to today are companies that have been set up in the Western world and possibly have subsidiaries in Nigeria. Someone at the back also has referenced that there are a lot of the case studies that we speak about are companies set up in the Western sphere. So as the UN Global Compact, we launched an accelerator, business and human rights accelerator. We do have many other accelerators, on climate, on gender, on SDG development, sustainability development in your companies and things like that. But for the first time this year, we launched the Business and Human Rights Accelerator for the very first time. We did not launch it in Nigeria. We launched in other countries across the world, about 35 countries, if I'm not mistaken. Because for me as programs lead, it's not everything that it just implements. You have to understand the locality, the localization of that document or that accelerator of that program. And is it a really dirty? If you go to a lot of companies today and you bring an accelerator on climate environment, it's a hot topic. On corporate governance, it's a hot topic. But after and as at the time when we were to start this in January, the NBH2R was not passed by the president. So there was no extra drive, or there was no basis if the government has not even done anything with implementing the NBH2R. So basically, if I'm speaking to any company here about the VHR accelerator, it would just be out of the niceness, I'll put it that way, that you say, let's take this on. There are many other things that are being regulated by. There are other things that are taking more priority when it comes to the agenda and setting for the organization. But now, the NBH2R has been, the NAP has been passed. And I know that enforcement on it has not necessarily started. But I think it is a good opportunity to set yourself ahead of the game. And for me, my core mandate, I'm fully Nigerian. My core mandate, when we're having these conversations, I feel very pained. And this is not theoretical conversations. When the whole unit global compact comes together and Africa doesn't necessarily have a lot to say. And doesn't have the narrative of we are being neglected. I'm not responding to that. The narrative of we are being neglected is not how I want to respond. I want to respond to this is what I have for Nigeria. This is what we have for Africa. And then I cannot fight you if you don't give me that platform. That is where I would live. But the responsibility on us to actually do what it is that we need to do. So let me just quickly introduce what the Business and Human Rights Accelerator is about. A 2-day training cannot do this. This program is a 6-month training program for organizations on how to do things like this. Next slide, please. So we've done a lot of code since yesterday. And I think the one that was brought back with but you see from another quote yesterday. No company that I know of has ever said we don't respect human rights. And then now comes to the point of greenwashing. Every company will put it out there for the benefit of PR to say we do respect human rights. And here, Mr. Robbie says, my question was, how do you know that you respect human rights? And how can you show that you do? Do you have systems in place that would allow you to back that claim? So beyond policies, beyond just policies, your processes and all of that. The accelerator, this is just a rundown of the rationale, because we've already established as a matter of fact that human rights are inherent to all people. Business has a responsibility to promote dignity and equality for all by respecting human rights and legal rights. This, like I've already said, there's a gap when it comes to human rights related matters in terms of aspirations and actual business action. If it's climate, a lot of companies are already doing a lot when it comes to climate matters, gender matters, procurement, gender procurement lens, and things like that. but there's still a significant gap. You see, our internal research has shown that while more than 90% of UN Global Compact business participants have human rights policies in place, companies to have policies, only 18% conduct human rights impact assessments, which has been a lot of the conversation that we're seeing in that data. What is the impact assessment of human rights of your business? The last point, while many companies may believe they are following through on their human rights commitments, a robust human rights due diligence process enables businesses to take action to know and show they respect human rights. And for us at the UN Global Compact, we like to say, we are not a biting dog. We are not the enforcement agency. We are not even a rating agency. So we are not here to rate you. We are not here to if there's anything not going right, we're actually just here to guide. Now, the Business and Human Rights Accelerator is aimed at supporting the overall objective of moving the global business community from policy to commitments to action and to respect and support human rights by enacting ongoing human rights due diligence process. And that is what Napoleon has said earlier. It is not a one-day human rights due diligence process. It has to be a continuous, ongoing process. The objective is to set a baseline. Every company is at different stages. So a company who is a subsidiary, who is a multinational, running a subsidiary in Nigeria, has a different baseline because of the mandate from its global headquarters. There's a baseline that has been set. A company who is an indigenous company in Nigeria, but who is a large company, has a different baseline. An SME in Nigeria has a different baseline. So to know where you are in your journey, this accelerator can help. To support businesses to understand their responsibilities and respecting human labor rights in alignment with international standards. To set the bar, the accelerator is, the way we run our accelerators is you're able to engage with other companies across the region. Some programs we run with just Nigerian companies, some programs we run with other African companies as well. So there are a lot of conversations, peer-to-peer learning, exchange of ideas, exchange of challenges, exchange of success stories as well. And then to close the coherence gaps and create greater impacts, connect and learn, just like I said. What you stand to benefit? Companies that participate in the BHR, able to determine where you are, like I said, advance in the human rights journey, able to engage directly affected stakeholders on business human rights impact security, able to develop an action plan. Yes, there are issues, no organization is perfect, but how do you then, and how do you then set that action plan towards improvements, especially to mitigate salient human rights impacts? Understand previous mechanisms. I think that's access to remedy, which Edosa is going to speak to in a bit. Previous mechanisms of employment and access to remedy, very key. And being able to report and communicate on human rights journey. So this is just a stage or stages that speaks to the accelerator, the core concepts, understanding the UNGPs, we're talking about the UN guiding principles, human rights, assessing risk, determining what parts of the value chain to focus on, which is what Mr. Su from Shell was saying. Prioritizing salient human rights, because they're a plethora of human rights issues. From even in your internal organization, when you then put across the value chain, there are a plethora of them. But how do you then identify the salient ones for you to tackle? And those salient human rights issues will continue to change for time. What might be salient today might not be salient next year. And that's why the process has to be ongoing. Then stage 4, action and evaluation. Stage 5, communication and engagement. Stage 6, remedy and grievance mechanisms. The accelerator is structured in a way that you have on-demand sessions where you can listen to watch at your own time. We have an academy for this, an online academy, where would that be the accelerated tree. So there are on-demand sessions, then there are live sessions, facilitator sessions. We'll have facilitators from ILO, the head office in Geneva. We'll have facilitators from the OECHR office as well. We'll have facilitators from SHIFT. I'm not sure if you know, SHIFT is an organization that's very much focused on human rights. Then we'll have working sessions as well. So this is a lot of information. We're just talking about the text, the accelerator structure, the stages, the courses, the deep dives, which are more like going in depth into topics or conversations that I've already read on. Yes, basically. And this is when the program is starting. It's actually kicking off in February next year. But we usually take registration up until October, and then for up until November, December, thereabouts. And then January is the onboarding period, and then the accelerator commences in February, and then we're done by July. I'm not sure if Napoleon is still here. Is Napoleon still here? Okay, so there's usually a business and human rights summit. This year we're having a business and human rights summit in Addis next month. So we usually like to run this before the program ends, before the summit, the business and human rights summit by OECHR. And I think next year it will be around the same period, maybe September, October, so that we can also give our organization the opportunity to engage with other companies that will be at the Business and Human Rights Summit. So that's just a snapshot of the accelerator. I'm not sure if anybody has questions. How about to join? Any questions before I was to join? Okay, you know. This is open to participants of the Global Compact only. And we only accept businesses. So members of the UN Global Compact are business owners, not individuals. So basically you have to be a member of the Global Compact, your business has to be a participant of the Global Compact to access the accelerator. So that's what we compact. And once you're a participant, have access to all accelerators, all our resources, everything we have to offer. There's no hidden charges. No hidden charges whatsoever. We have different accelerators on climate, which is currently running. NGX is a part of that. Wando is a part of that. Stabilize is a part of that. Access Bank is part of that. FCMB, and companies like that. We have accelerators on data, but those are any other accelerators that's run. And we want accelerator based on interest of organization. So if next year we have a lot of companies saying we want an accelerator on gender, we then want that because we recognize that that's the need available. So this is just speaking to the structure of the program. Like I said, the 6 months program focused on deep dives, e-learning, peer-to-peer. That's about it. Okay, so this is just metrics from last year. I said 35 countries. Just last year, we had 650 companies take part and over 1,000 participants take part. And this is just testimonial. So to become a participant of the Global Compact is actually fairly easy. It's nothing extraordinary. What we usually just do is there's an application process. If you go through this document, that's what shares to you yesterday. Thank you very much. This value proposition that we shared to you yesterday. It has this accelerator should be in it, and then it has an information at the back that says going on. And you see our email over the website on how to start. And if you have any further questions, please Yes, I hear question.
We mentioned a lot of big companies that are members of the global compact.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay. The truth about it is, worldwide, our membership base on the UN Global Compact, I think large companies make about 20%. A lot more smaller companies, 70%. And even in Nigeria, the larger companies make about 10%, 80% SMEs. So we do have national network capital, new resources, auto check, we have another auto check. The truth about it is SMEs, now we found that SMEs are usually the ones that are very, very eager when it comes to their accelerators or even the learnings. Because as the mandates or from probably the organization that they engage with, or the organization that they are on their supply chain on the vendor base, it is a requirement for them that they have to do this. So it's very much open to SMEs as well. A lot of even CBI, a member of the Global Compact, Integrity Organization is a member of the Global Compact as well. So quite a number of SMEs as well are very much engaged with the Global Compact. And if you have any other questions, you can always reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, so as you said, for that information, please engage with Tony before you go. And then the African business and why I work with them. It's a about people that we can put the big sections around. And it's 57 in a bit. Who is attending that forum then? The African business and why forum. Please, can you put up the other slides and access to them? So we have to read some to it. That we have to keep us to do that. Okay, so as like couple, and yesterday we looked at the first pillar, which was the protect, and then we looked at the second pillar, to respect. We are looking at the third pillar, this is less for all of it, which is the answer to the learning. And so what you notice that why pillar 1 and 2 are actually looking at prevention. Pillar 3, which is the answer to remedy. Actually a response. All right. Okay. Thank you. So pillar 3 deals with the aspect of for community or persons who are victims of adverse impact of business operation. And so the NAP, the action plan on NBH2R, the NAP actually provides 3 framework for achieving this response. And the first one is talking about judicial mechanisms. For the second one is looking at the different judicial mechanisms. The third one is the non-state-based grievance mechanisms. So all of these three recognize the legal, the administrative, the judicial, and of course the non-judicial remedy law. So it places a lot of responsibility on the National Working Group. And as a matter of fact, the NAP itself will not have any right without the National Working Group. And that is what I'm trying to express here. That is why one key responsibility for all of us to see how we all use our various channel of advocacy and lobbying to get the National Working Group inaugurated as quickly as possible. Because the responsibility of making sure this now have like testing solely on the national working group. So if you're looking at the judicial mechanism, the now recognizes the challenges associated with general justice. And that is why it's more looking at other mechanisms, another mechanism. So you're recognizing the fact that we usually have a delay in the judicial processes, with the appearing political interference, the lack of judicial independence, and the whole lot of that. But equally, what the NAP is saying is that the National Working Group carry out an intensive advocacy to the judiciary to see that issues that have to do with business and human rights violation are being serious resolution to cases and being serious resolution. And then they are typically talking about the National Working Group, exploring other strategic litigation, and that is, for example, taking up litigation in the host country, not about host countries, in the country, the original country of the multinational, they have to be a multinational, so taking up litigation in those countries as well. And then we want to talk about the role that the Nigerian Bar Association will play in all of this, working with national working, so as to provide service, free legal service for individuals or communities whose rights have been violated, but don't have the means, the resources to seek redress as well. Then the non-judicial mechanisms is looking at the role of the agencies, regulators play in terms of providing access to remedy for any individual or community that have been so violated. For example, we mentioned the role of the Human Rights Commission, for example, because of that regulatory role they play in some of these businesses. Communication Commission, NAFTA, and BCC, and all of that. So giving them some level of responsibility to see how they use their regulatory function to ensure people get access and get access to remedy when there are violations as well. And then, of course, the non-food freelance mechanisms start looking at other means and other ways of I think what we can do for that one language to use. Mediation, thank you. Using the mediation, the non-predictive measures now of ensuring that there's remedy for cases where there are violations of human rights in business activities. And so, in summary, this is what the access to remedy is looking at. It's using on 3 main pillars that is looking at training framework, which is the judicial mechanism, the non-judicial mechanism, and the non-state-based freelance mechanism. And so, as I said, I wanted to talk about academics. And just that we are pretty, it's actually like, as I said, is the response. So I think the action plan is deliberate, putting more emphasis on the prevention, which is pillar 1 and pillar 2. To see that we don't have violations in the first place. So what happened that we don't have any violations, and when they don't follow the action, that was like 100%. We are creating, don't have to okay. Yes, sir.
We talked about 1, 2, 3. I was actually interested in this aspect of remedy. And what we see in the field from the position of is the high level of right token, even on the ground. When we operate in the field, when we interact with communities, we find that it's about the how is this being dealt with? Build capacity of people on the ground. I mean, if you don't know your rights, then even when it's being trampled, they will not know.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, as I said yesterday, I was just giving like well overview of what the previous pillars we're looking at. So they have strategies that we listed, strategies that the working groups will adopt in terms of achieving this pillar. But I couldn't put all of them out here. So they are able to capacity building for different stakeholders. The businesses themselves, giving their capacity to understand the whole context, the communities, the right holders, and communities, their capacity building, they are going to adopt all of that as well. And there are sensitization programs that we want to do. So there are just different strategies that they've actually looked at, which are some of the strategies that will be deployed or employed in the process of implementing the action plan. So and again, that was where the national working technique for that implementation that will guide all of these their works. That's what we're going to start with. We have the plan to draft already. I want to see how we implement that plan so that we have a draft implementation plan. Which is going to look at so that by the time the working group is just completed, we already have the working document. So we're going to take another 1-2 years to try to put on the plan.
Well, conversation going on. Going through the document you know, Nigeria is very have a rich resume of human capital. We have a Nigerian who is a member of the United Nations working with and he was on the immediate act for before that was just resolved. I've been trying to track him, he's presently in Qatar. And he has done a whole lot of work. I have about 150 publications on just business and human rights. Qatar also on the thing. But and I said he's subject matter expert on a lot of those issues. So I was thinking, while we're trying to launch take off on this program, that is very, very good to have an expertise and experience on these issues. To look at whatever plan that we have. In fact, it's good if he's a member of the company, but he's a young man. I think he's the youngest academician to be an ACN at 37 or thereabouts. So he's always on the move. He's always very excited to work on things like this. So it's just a suggestion I'm making that we actually do need him. He can create a lot of assets, for working group on this, so that at the end of the day, we'll have a proper alignment. I know it's going to be proper contact for using on this. We'll have a proper alignment with, what the United Nations working group is doing on this, and then make it easy for those some of the things to be coming up with implementation and back home. Just a suggestion.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, I think the last conversation we're having in terms of how the working group I think it was even mentioned at that time, saying the working group when we set up, we need to work with experts. And we need experts in place for whatever they are doing. Because the working group is a small group, and then of course we have experts that are really experts in this area that are more really using the part of the work. Okay, thank you. So there is a suggestion in the room that I will need to get everyone's concept on that. Say we're supposed to break for tea now and then come back for the panel dialogue before we have the cross down for one. So please say to bring up this panel dialogue so we break for tea and then come back to tea. I don't think that last session of the work and what will be so. Final report. Any other? We have typical panel. Okay, let us wait 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes, please, to have come by it. So that we can give us all right, so please, okay, we'll do like yesterday, right? Those, so let's start from the four things that the partner you just want for we can't do this speed of like and so while we wait to get to our talk, please use the time to network. Right. Able to just play like people need to jazz and soft music online while we are doing it. So people just some people are just going to say no sound. So they know that we are on break. I put it on break. They get it, they'll be hearing something. Yeah, they must be probably many things that
Why? Why should I agree to do that? Yes.
Please help me listen. Is the music playing?
Ask him. Confirm if it's playing.
Okay, so I was listed before, but I have one already. Somebody listed to this same point, but I have one already. So who is the owner of this? Who's outside, right?
Now, I'm going to now, this, I don't know whether this or this. Ayatollah Jagun, she's a board member of the United Nations Global Compact Network, Nigeria, and she is also the thematic head anti-corruption workshop of the same organization I've just been permit me to take a seat here. So before we go on, we will be talking on the topic, stakeholders' role towards achieving effective implementation. Sorry, excuse me. Our topic again is stakeholders' role towards achieving effective implementation of national action of business and human rights. And without wasting much of our time, like I said, because we are behind schedule, I'll be directing my first question to Ms. Friday. As civil society organizations, what are the common challenges you have encountered?
Very excited. So the humanitarian program where it's an international NGO, where we found out while providing services to community members who are internally displaced, affected by the insurgency in the Northeast. It was quite interesting to see that we had provisions for child protection, health, nutrition, and food distribution. And on the side of food distribution, we found out that while we had a couple of private sector organizations supporting organizations up in the north, and the IDP camps most especially, food that were distributed from the southern part of Nigeria to support people in the community were being stolen by government officials. It was, well, one of the interesting findings. Secondly, another finding was funds that were supposed to, so there were different strategies to food distribution and also cash transfers. So on the side of cash transfers, we had dealings with, what do you call them, stores in the Northeast. Basically, you have a cash card where you can access those stores to get food for a month, about 20 to 30,000 a month, thereabouts. Well, in the process of doing that, there were also fraudulent practices going on in the stores. And another finding was while they were giving these cash transfers initially in the Northeast program, in Nigerian programs, it is identified previously that the men were the head of houses, right? Then it moved to women because we found out that while you were giving men the money for to support their family, a household of 5 to 7, they were carrying the money to go and marry wives. No, those were just findings. But it will interest you to know from what these experiences for me look like, why I had to move from that sector to where I'm working now currently. It's more around the corrupt practices that happen in these places and how we're able to address it and the impunity basically. So there's basically widespread corruption, but I'm also encouraging and calling on everybody to join the accountability work, to join human rights work, because it's very pertinent to see the things that are happening out in the field. So one of the findings for me is corruption and impunity in the community where we work, big governments, private sector, and all of us. Then as well as we all know SDG 16 talks about weak institutions, the rule of law, and all of that. It's very critical to see those are serious challenges. We just brought up conversations that happened this morning on human rights due diligence. I don't think the conversation is human rights and business, but we also have to look at the broader view of how this has happened and affected what we are finding from government institutions and the business practices as well. So weak institutional legal frameworks, lack of independence of oversight institutions. I'm not sure I want to talk about the FCC or ICPC and the independence that they are supposed to apply in doing their job. But you find out we also have political interference. So sometimes I try to define what a political will is.
when we say political will to fight corruption, like in the last administration. In those instances, you find, so an organization like EFCC or ICPC has been designed by mandates to do a job. But why do you still need political will and all of that to help them do their work? So those questions are what we are finding from those challenges in those places. However, we also have lack of transparency. We talked a lot about the supply chain this morning. And one of the things we've also seen as challenges, not just in business, but also as well as in government, is the lack of transparency. Recently, the Corporate Affairs Commission has launched the Beneficial Ownership Register, where you also have people who are behind the scenes in companies to come forward. But nevertheless, there's also the question of being accountable and being transparent. So, for instance, beneficial ownership or fiscal transparency can demand you to be transparent. Like I come to a company and I'm like, oh, what's happening in maybe River State, one of the communities where oil is being produced. And I ask for the documents or the contracts which the company has within the government, with the community. They can produce the documents, the contract with the community, meaning they are transparent. But are they accountable for the human rights violations when you start asking them questions? So those are some of the challenges we're also seeing. Also, as well as threats and fear of retaliation, I thank you very much, colleague from Paradigm Initiative, Sunny. We also talked about so another reference would be what has happened within the NSAS movement. I think we also have to bring this largely to the forefront, talking about digital rights and how this has happened with mostly journalists who have had access to information and released information. So one thing is getting the information and releasing it online and helping people for the freedom of information. But you find out that once you do that, people will come for you. Nobody wants to put out, and we say in our work, corruption thrives in secrecy. So most times you don't want to put the validated documents out in the public, otherwise they're going to come for you. So there's also the fear of retaliation and threats. Lastly, I would like to talk about cultural norms on what we see as normal. Most especially, I was talking to colleagues yesterday and we talked about grazing of farms. We also talked about facilitation payments. Sometimes we don't define these things as bribes, right? But these are norms that every normal day we just, oh, please help me do this, help me. We need to now have to rethink how these things affect the young people out there. Young people now see this as a norm and they grow up to come to say, oh, I'm going to get my driver's license. Okay. These are little things that happen around cultural norms and behavioral change programs, which we now start to have a rethink on how we approach things as human beings and the ideal world, like we talked about, and the realistic way of doing things. But yeah, I'll stop there for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ode. I think one of the greatest things I picked out from his whole speech is the level of corruption that is so, I don't know how to indebted in us. And this takes me to the next question, which I'm going to refer to Madam Cynthia. And what are some of the gaps you have noticed in business integrity in Nigeria? And when we are talking about gaps, we are asking also that, what have you done, what have you noticed in relation to Nigeria as peculiarly Nigeria? What have you noticed are some of the business integrity gaps that you have noticed in your works?
Okay, so top on the list is shown at the top. In the sense that whatever changes you're trying to make or suggest to an organization, if the head of that organization is not interested, or is showing a different body language, or engaging in certain activities, then those below will just follow suit. But when the tone at the top is firm and they drive it from the top, then so that's one gap. Then another gap has to do with governance issues. So we have, well, I don't call them mundane. They're not mundane, governance issues. So the board level, the board, even if it's just 2 members, most times there are no boards. Management, what kind of works? Is there a management, or do you have one person who is the head of HR, and the accounts, so there's no management at all. Then finances, do they have financial statements? Let's leave auditing. Do they even have financial statements? Or you have a situation where this particular story, sorry, I have to Okada Air. The guy just comes and asks them, okay, so how much have you made so far? He just takes the money and he goes. So there's no financial statements, not to talk of auditing. Then another gap has to do with policies. Do they have policies at all? So policies like code of conduct, even anti-bribery or anti-bribery policy or whistleblowing policy, effective whistleblowing policy, not just on paper. Then another gap has to do with regulatory reports. They report to the regulators. Those are gaps that that we've noticed. Now, as to the interventions, because the CBI is an organization that works with both private and public sector to push for individuals that would choose integrity over corruption. So we've done work in both spaces. So for the private sector, just up until recently, we had collaborated with the NGX, and we were the one running the corporate governance rating system for quoted companies. Okay, certain structures in place, certain policies in place, and then we just verify that those structures you actually have them. And also fiduciary duties of director, are they aware of their fiduciary duties? And then on the stakeholder side, we had surveys to find out if actually what the company says they do, their stakeholders can corroborate that. And there are a lot of interesting stories surrounding those companies. I won't go into that. Then on the public side, we have this collaboration with the Maritime Anti-Corruption Network. They have about over 180 members, and they control about 70% of the water tonnage business in the world. Now they wanted their mission to collaborate to have collective action with the different port states where they do business. So Nigeria was one of, was the first one they started with, and we have we collaborate with them on how will I put it? So they wanted a situation where the level of corrupt incidences in the country will be drastically reduced. And so in 2012, start from 2012, we have collaborating with a number of government agencies. We have the corruption risk assessment done, and we realized that the first thing that needed to be in place was SOPs for agencies. They were encouraged to do their SOPs. That's already ongoing, and then adherence to those SOPs, and we will not really monitor because the maritime agencies report to the Federal Ministry of Transportation. So working with the Federal Ministry of Transportation, we usually have regulatory conversations just to bring them to a room, so tell us how far we've gone with complying with the SOPs you developed, even though we know there are a lot of gaps in the SOPs. And that has been working very well because we realized that on the vessel side, from a situation where captains were afraid to come to the country, to our ports, because of the insistent corrupt request from the state agents. So we now have a situation where we had a help desk put in place. So when the captain is coming, any of them that signed up, when they're coming to Nigeria, give us information, they do a pre-arrival notification, they send a message to our help desk, so we know they're coming. And once they get to Nigeria, to the port, if they have any issues, they also send a message to the help desk. So what has happened is that those demands have stopped because once they trigger that message, the head of customs is notified, immigration is notified, Shippers Council is notified, help desk is notified, and ICPC is also notified. And of course, the post-standing tax team goes into action to find out why are you holding the vessel down for, because for every day you spend in our tax, it's close to about $40,000 or so. Yeah, demurrage. So, but since this process has been instituted, we realize that number of such calls, SOS calls for help has reduced from over 300 to, I think this year, I don't think we'll have up to 20. And it's interesting, once they come into the ports and they know they are NACN members, the bad market, because we know whatever issue is being treated, reports have been made. And then we now decided to, that was on the vessel side, so we decided to go on the cargo side, but we are still trying to work that out. I'll just leave it here for now.
Thank you so much, Madam Cynthia. And what she brought out for me was the tone at the top, management decisions. And this is something very, very common. I worked in the private sector almost all my life, so I went independent. And one of the things I know we do is once other says a thing, it does not matter whether you the junior staff, know something better, or that decision stands. And this is the Nigerian factor. I don't know how we're going to address that. My next question is to Dr. Kelechi. And I know I've been in a number of events where I hear you speak about host communities and all of that. I don't know, what are you doing as an association to help bring your members together to engage with businesses and government to ensure that their human rights are protected?
Thank you very much for that question. Let me try to situate it into the context. Most of us may be hearing the federation of many host communities for the first time. You may begin to wonder what is this federation all about again. It is an initiative that was put in place by Global Rights from years of engagement in the natural resources governance and the federations in many mining host communities in the federation. They identified that most host communities lack voices to press for the respect of their fundamental rights. So they emphasize the need to bring under a common umbrella mining host communities in Nigeria. And that is how Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Communities was vetted. And last year, it was formally inaugurated. And since then, the Federation has come to stay. And the process is on to register with the Corporate Affairs Committee. Currently, we have members from the 36 states of the Federation. And the governance structure is that we have the National Steering Committee at the national level, the states, coordinators at the state level, and then mining host communities who are members of the Federation. And that consists of the traditional rulers, members of the civil society, the media, and all actors that speaks. Now, the Federation has come to stay and has played enormous roles and responsibilities in building the capacities of mining host communities. We've had a lot of engagement where we invited mining host community stakeholders to let them understand their rights within the context of doing business in the extractive sector. I could recall few instances in Enyeba, which is a mining host community in the Bonny State, where a company is a company, I don't want to mention that name, doing business in the extractive sector. They entered into community development agreements with that Enyeba community. And the CDA was sharply done, you know, they just get some people to sign and already prepared documents. So after the training and they were capacitated, after the lapse of the 5 years, they now went into renegotiations with this mining company. And when they were not getting favorable outputs, they decided to go to court. This is as a result of their capacity to know their rights within that extractive sector. That is what the immigration has done. We have also engaged with the regulators, the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, at various fora, you know, for them to understand the gaps and the challenges of mining host community. I don't know how many of us have visited any of these mining host community where mining is, or where solid minerals or even the oil and gas is being extracted. What is the picture you see? Abject poverty, violation of human rights, child labor. This is what you see here. And you begin to wonder, how can there be so much poverty in an ocean of richness? Why, how can these companies be taking a lot of the resources and yet you see abject poverty? You see lands forcefully taken away. And of course, you know the gender dimension to it, that women, especially, take their livelihood from farm. So what happens when this source of livelihood is taken away from them? So there are a lot of challenges there. You will talk of issues of sexual exploitation. It's very common in that sense. And also when you look at the 90 report of 2020, these companies will quote social expenditure that runs into billions. But when you go in there, you don't see it on ground. 2020 90 report, 29 exotic companies expended, or they reported that they expended in that year close to 4 billion. Then when you visit it, you don't see translated to any developmental outcome. And in some of the communities that we have interfaced and visited and had our documentations, the evidences are not there. So the Federation of Mining Host Community is now beginning to engage these regulators. You don't just look at this report that the mining company gives you. You need to work with host communities to understand and take their own input. That is how we get it right. And again, when you look at issue of child labor, in Bauchi is very common. In Kogi, in Ekiti, and Niger State, you see issues of child labor, issues of even banditry, which are related to this exploitation. What do they do? They incite, the corporate companies, they incite some of these conflicts so that the local actors are displaced and then come in. You'll be surprised to see and to note that at the forefront of this conflict, where the indigenous are even afraid to go in, to see the Chinese, the Indians, they are there doing this mineral exploitation. These are issues of human rights that are very commonplace in that sector. Last 2 years in Kogi State, I'm looking at the gender dimension to that, because when you go to these mining sites, the larger percentage of workers there that are providing many jobs are the women. And at the end, they go home with peanuts. So in Kogi State 2 years ago, some group of family members, they have gone to the site, helped in picking these lumps. And at the end of the work, they entered one of the tippers to convey them back. On the way, they had accidents. Over 5 died. And among the victims are children. Government is really interested in protecting, which is one of the pillars of the UN guiding principle, to protect the rights. They would have set up standards that should regulate that sector and monitor it. That is not there. And also, when you look at the responsibility of the government to protect, their protective mechanism is often skewed towards the investors, the operators, not to the mining communities, because the interest of the government is on economic profit, the royalties that is company. And oftentimes, you see, they don't give, they don't look towards the direction of the mining host communities. So these are some of the issues that borders the Federation, and with the Federation has been intervening through advocacy, through sensitization, through training, through engagement, and many more. And I want to challenge all of us here that you will need to show concern. If not visited any of these mining host communities, make up time. The environment is highly degraded, destroyed. And if there are media persons here, please take out the time and find out what is happening there. Let us begin to engage government to have a human face to the problem of mining host communities. Nobody is focusing attention to the suffering that is going on there. That in the midst of abundant natural resources, mining host communities suffer neglect, suffer abject poverty, and their human fiscal rights, fiscal justice, human rights are taken away from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. When he was talking, one of the things that came to my mind for you to understand that mining occurs in all 744 local governments of Nigeria. That means everywhere you have mining is happening there, whether on a large scale or on a small scale. So if we do not fight for the communities, one day it will get to us. My next question is directed to Ms. Jagon. I'm going to ask you, what implementation strategies have been embraced by organizations to manage businesses without them circumventing human and host community rights?
Thank you very much. I'm very conscious that we've got very little time there. But I think it's been very important to kind of like set the stage. And what I would say to Dr. Kelechi is welcome to our world. It's not that businesses don't do enough. There are legitimate businesses and ethical businesses that are very concerned about the communities in which they operate. There's a lot, corruption is endemic, and corruption is what even impacts our ability to do a lot of things that we need to do. Because by the time you want to, very simple, go to your local government and say you want to repair your road. They will tell you to give them the money to repair the road. They will not allow you to repair the road yourself. And so corruption is key. You cannot say that you have foreigners operating in a region, foreigners on work permits, and they do massive human rights abuses, and the government is immobile to apprehend them. The only time they apprehend them is when they have not paid them something that they should have paid. So the problem is quite a lot. I'm going to talk about some of the things that, having been in the field in the Niger Delta region, what we started doing before then, in 2012, we built a 128-kilometer pipeline in the eastern region across 3 different states. And again, we talk about aligning, a company strategy has to align with government priorities. And the government said, yes, we have this gas master plan, and gas is our transition fuel. And from an ESG perspective, gas is the transition fuel, our just energy transition. But government was not prepared to put in place at that time any infrastructure So we decided as a company we want to do this. And we know that we have to engage so many communities in the process of impact because, again, you are having to lay pipeline. Sometimes that process will take its time. You have to assume human beings, so it's not just respecting the living, it's also respecting the dead. You have to do so many things in the process. And what we did was to come up with a strategy called Power. We talk about human rights impact assessment, but before the impact assessment, every company should really do a human rights risk assessment. In the same way you do a climate change assessment, okay, my operations is regarding this project, regarding me as a company, what are the risks? What are the risks, not just to me, but what are the risks to different members of the community? Because it's not just, like you said, the men, it's the women, it's the children, you know, and it's respecting all the different stakeholders. So we did the risk assessment, we did the surveillance of the field, of course, all the places where we were going to go, we mapped out. And we came up with a strategy called Their Community Powers. First of all, keep time for partnership. Whatever we do as a company, we have to keep in partnership. And I'm talking about an equal partnership with the community. Secondly is ownership. There has to be ownership, not just of the project so that it's successful, but ownership of the outputs and the economic value that you're deriving also. And so part of the ownership thing, so the partnership thing was to come into, was to put together a contract that benefited every member of the community, including the youth. Because you see, in those structures as well, unfortunately, because of corruption, you have certain people within the community who engage with the companies and then take the value and it doesn't trickle down. So we made sure that in the contracts that we were, or the MOU, memorandum that we were putting together for the community, we reflected the views of it. And we had on the committee members representing the youth, representing the women, representing the men. And then if there were different tribal groups in that community, that again they were represented. So that's partnership and coming up with a contract like you mentioned that actually is fair. And contracting is really important in this. Secondly is ownership. And ownership is, okay, why would I bring in a contractor from outside the area to provide food for the workers? Why not empower the women in the community to make food for the workers? Even if it means that you have to provide them with things that they need to be able to make the food. Why get people security? And we found the most effective way to actually secure our properties, our pipes, and our raw materials was to get security guards from the community to be the ones to protect and give them also incentives. So if we don't have losses, we will give you X amount for those things. And it was a much more effective one. So that's ownership. W stands for win-win. There has to be a win-win. It can't just be that the company is the one that is winning all the time. The community has to be valued. It's more than just putting the borehole. I mean, how much is the borehole? Building roads gives access to farming communities to be able to take their goods. And building the roads at the right places, again, is very key. E is economic empowerment. So there has to be economic value being derived. We're working with Ziba on one of our projects, right? And we've had so many meetings with I'm chief compliance officer of the company, but I'm also responsible for ESG. We've had a meeting with her saying, and the ministry, saying, what are the key priorities for this mining community in this area? What are you, government, what are your priorities? So we're not reinventing the wheel. What are your concerns when you're working with or looking after small-scale miners, artisanal miners? And I was shocked to see to hear from her some of the challenges that we're having, where the women who are processing the ore are using the same mortar and pestle that they're using for food to crush the ore, and then having lead poisoning. It's as simple as that, right? And so what can we do who want to operate in that area in terms of making sure that we provide PPEs and proper, you know, because a lot of these people, they're independent, right? They're independent small-scale miners. They're not, this is not a case of a company going in and setting up something for operation. And a lot of mining in Nigeria is small-scale. That is the face of mining. So don't think about some big company coming in with heavy construction equipment. That's not the face of mining. And so you then aggregate whatever it is and we sell it on. Again, with the aggregation, how do you financially empower, financially include them, give them that financial inclusion so that they're able to understand the lots of capacity building. So we talked about win-win, economic empowerment, and then how it respects. You know, I was going to say economic empowerment and empathy, you have to empathize. For us as an indigenous company, it's easier for us to empathize with our people, right? Easier. Yeah, but foreigners don't care, especially if you just give them free rein. And I'm so concerned about the mining industry and what's happening there. It's another form of slavery, right? And so respect of the community, respect of their values, respect of the way they do things. I remember how this project we had was delayed for months. Why? Because, you know, we had to literally allow them to follow their customs in terms of, especially the kids' burial site, being able to pass through certain burial sites. We did many underwater crossings, and even the respect for biodiversity and the fishing community in that area, you have to take that into consideration. The future, and then of course the ethics of sustainable development. Now, whatever you do, you're not just doing for today, you're doing for tomorrow. People, planet, and profit. And that's that ESG element, where you're always looking again at future generations' ability to continue to thrive. I would end by saying I did a project, personal project last year with a group of people where we adopted one state of the federation, and they said we were supposed to be praying for everybody involved in that state. They said the names of the governor all the way down, chief judge, everything, and then we looked at the natural resources for each state. And when it comes to mineral resources, rare earth minerals, metals, it's incredible. There is no state, right? Every state has the ability and the potential to generate what is equal to our GDP for the whole nation, especially the northern states. There is no reason why there should be poverty in Nigeria. But because of corruption and mismanagement, this is why we're where we are today. And so by the time, and that's just extractive. We're not talking about agriculture and the potential we have in that space as well. We're not even just talking about the fish pool. We're talking about fishing. We're talking about so many things that we have discovered. There must be the ones that are not discovered yet. You know, when we talk about some states, their USP is logistics. If you look at Anambra, why are they always involved in transportation? They have that, or is it about it? You know, is it Calabar? Is it, there are so many places where they have something that's unique to them as a people. And I feel, and then what we discovered as well is that this drive to the city, and you talked about the county, you know, so I go to my village, right? How many people have left the villages as a result of internal displacement? And it's not just Boko Haram, we're talking about what's happening in the East Central State. You know, and so you have so much wealth in your state, but you're here living in some shack in Japondi, and yet you have so much wealth in your state. And you're a short of the short in your state. And you should be able to exploit that and get value, much more value than you will get firstly as an agro or as a conductor somewhere in Port Harcourt. You know, it's frustrating. And so for me, it's being able to, this whole conversation on human rights is at the root of this is dealing with corruption at all levels, not just from the point of view of the companies, but we understand that the companies exist within an environment and are enabled to be corrupt by the government and by the people themselves. So the question is this: can you circumvent all of these things? All of these national plans that we put in place can be, because people are intrinsically selfish and self-interested in Nigeria. I'm sorry, I see this all the time. And the poor are the biggest oppressors of the poor. And so to change this, we need a value shift. And I don't think this can work without having certain values, right, embedded in the core of how are we going to do this. The how to has to have some core values that we subscribe to and live by. It can't just be a list of interventions. So my challenge is, how do we get the value system right so that this can be effective? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, again, she takes us back to the very beginning, corruption. We need to be worried as a nation because if we do not kill corruption, corruption will kill us. Well, sorry. But we are still alive, but we are still breathing. Okay, so the second part of the questions are actually geared towards solutions. We have listed problems. Let's look for solutions. And my question this time around to Mr. Abudu again. What new strategies will civil society organizations be bringing towards ensuring accountability in the advocacy for business and human rights?
Thank you very much. And brilliant submissions from fellow panelists. Just quickly, I'll read something that I wrote about reference to Chatham House Africa Program for Social Health and Accountable Governance Project. Sadly, I want to take us back to corruption and compensation. Many of us believe Nigeria is corrupt.
Sorry, that's just corrupt for
So, Chatham House says in one of their research, in many instances, 8 out of Nigerians believe that corruption is morally unacceptable. But many Nigerians are unaware or mistaken about this moral rejection of corruption by their fellow citizens. This means that Nigeria is stuck in a social trap and collective action crisis where most citizens would like to live in a more honest society, but do not fundamentally trust that their fellow citizens and leaders share the transformation. This is conversation for another day. But yes, my recommendation would be being in this room has also given me that thoughts around how do we work together, build partnerships, have conversations with ourselves, more around collaborating within ourselves. I or my friend, one of the things we thought previously in civil society, what would this look like if private sector is collaborating with civil society to 1% of their annual operating budgets, but also collaborating design adverts that speaks to human rights. So what we normally see on TV, I'm going to the market to buy soap. MTN will advertise, buy data. But what happens in the flip side of private sector organizations, also talking about the human rights concerns? If you look back to what has happened in previously, I'm not sure, a couple of months ago, where CBN was asking banks to start taking social media accounts of this. I'm not sure the business of the bankers retaliated on that. The conversation basically came from a couple of lawyers or law firms or even civil society. So sometimes you have those pronouncements by government being implemented by the business sector. But how do we collaborate to address some of these issues, which are human rights issues on data rights or digital privacy and all of that conversation? I also talked about public engagement and education on some of these issues which we can partner with the business community. Secondly, I'd also like to talk about supply chain transparency. We also talk about the Freedom of Information Act and Beneficial Ownership Register. Those are things where in instances where I need an information or the community needs an information, in communities where I've worked in the Niger Delta and the operating community, when you get into the community members don't even know about the contract being signed for their own community. So you are finding information, looking forward to talk about, it's stuck somewhere. Somebody has signed the contract and kept whatever has kept. Then you can't keep finding people information. So for me, it's about supply chain transparency, contractual processes, everything has to be out in the open, collaborating. Thirdly is about whistleblower protection in same communities where we have worked, even up in the north. And sometimes when you report instances of corruption, you find out that the person reporting there's no protection for the person. Whether the government comes after you, you've seen that with press persons and all of that, which we need to work around collaboratively as well. Business reporting standing, I kind of emphasize on that. We've also talked about that previously. But lastly, for me, it's about benchmarking. There's wonderful work from Wando, there's wonderful work from CPI, and also SIPE as well on the Ethics First project, which talks about benchmarking and ranking. We need to now put that out for the public to see. Still going back to the Bureau of Public Procurement, I think they have the NOCOPO, which talks about the procurement platform for businesses who bid for government services. What if you have that kind of platform blacklisting businesses who are violating human rights in the community? So we have government not doing business with these people. So those are instances we keep thinking about. So it encourages people to say, just like colleague from UNDP mentioned earlier, when you're doing your human rights due diligence, it's important to identify the situation. I'm not necessarily going to report your organization, but I want you to develop or tackle the challenges with the organization. So if we identify ABC with you, yes, we're not going to do business with you until you fix those issues. So those are some things we're already thinking about to see on those rankings. We can now put them out there in the public for people to know how to deal with. But lastly, I'm also going to talk about ethical leadership, not more about that, which I also talked about valueship. We need to now make that priority. What we have seen in our communities or in the places we work, it's more around mediocrity. So everybody just goes with what comes, and well, as far as you can increase my farm, as far as you have a political interference or recommendation, you can move on. Talk on the list for me will be evident. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kelechi, please, what strategies will you be employing to ensure that communities understand the new concepts we are trying to bring out now? What new strategies will you be employing?
Well, the Federation, we're trying to see how we can reduce this document to an understandable format that the community members would understand. And let me state that this national soft plan is well crafted, and I wish it could replace the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act of 2007. Why? In the Nigerian Mineral and Mining Act, free prior consent is not there. And I stand to be challenged. Section 71, subsection C of the Nigerian Mineral and Mining Act, thought of community development agreements. That's the only portion that speaks to human rights of the mining coast community. But this document has those three pillars, speaks to what the community members, the host community people need. So we will continue the sensitization using the media. In fact, on the 23rd of this month, we are having similar conversation in the point state, which is that's the chapter, bringing the operators and the host communities to have this conversation so that they begin to know what the contents of these are. And of course, always have due diligence check. Since we now have a document that we can fall back on and then give reports on this. So many other things we can do, but I'm constrained by time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but we are really way behind schedule. Madam Cynthia, implementations being sufficient, or will businesses always find a way to circumvent whatever law?
Okay, that brings me to a story. But the story, I've been to a while with the United States, and I almost cried. Because there was nowhere for me to put my, it was not black oil. And the houses were built on stilts. And I don't imagine myself living in those kind of houses. Then as the government blocking the citizen from getting was due to them, it was another story. Edo State. And when I was at the NGX, we had this roadshow where we're trying to get funds and donors from outside the country to invest in their country. And we had doctors, we're basically working with doctors and lawyers. And the doctors came together and said, okay, we would, all we need is land in Edo State. Give us the land, we'll build the hospital, we'll equip it, everything will fund it, and our doctors will come in every 6 months to train the doctors. And the state governor said, no, give me the money, and that ended. Now, as to the interventions, so I want to use the story of the work we're doing in the maritime sector. So, based on the successes we had achieved on the vessel side, so we tried to look at the cargo side, because whatever corrupt gift is given, it translates to the cost of goods and services, which impacts the purchasing power, which is also an infringement of our rights, because then we get buy things more expensively than we would have done. And then you also have a situation where ship captains are not even willing to come to Nigeria, to our ports, because of all the issues. So we tried to move to the cargo side and to clear the port corridors so that there's those, and I like to say that thankfully the Nigerian Customs Service, they've removed their tax force. So they said, they removed their tax force on the corridors. So you're not supposed to say the customs. Once the goods is cleared inside the port, the truck should just move to its destination. It should not be stopped anywhere. I hope that's what it is. So we tried to move to the cargo side and clear the port corridor. And then we have the port standing tax team. They do sting operation. You know what they did? So we cleared the port corridors. These state officials simply moved outside the port corridors. So you have a situation where, you've cleared the port corridor, they're waiting for you at the stadium to join like that Festa. The port corridor, so it's difficult. Yes, so I just want to end by saying that we'll continue to collaborate and push for collective actions with the different parties, both in the public and private sector. And I hope we're able to, God helping us, get it right. Thank you.
And my last question to Madam Jago. Nigeria, we do not lack policies. We do not lack policies. And this is another policy coming on. How would you relate our compliance status compared to other African nations? And what can we do differently now?
So I was looking at the Mo Ibrahim index before I came, right, which is the best comparator in terms of how we're doing in terms of governance. The Mo Ibrahim index for governance, right? And it has an aspect that is based on citizen feedback, right? So when it comes to rule of law, which is where anti-corruption, and human rights, some of these things fall under. Actually, I never take the details back in, and I can read out to you. So security and safety, rule of law and justice, accountability and transparency, and anti-corruption, we actually do very badly compared to the other African nations. So we rank 36 out of 54 African states. And our score is 42.6 out of 100. And specifically when it comes to security and safety for 4.2, like our score rule of law and justice for 8.9. Accountability and transparency 46.4. So well below 50%, in fact, and then anti-corruption 31 out of 100. And obviously overall ranking is 30 out of 54 when you look at each of the country. So there's a lot of work to be done, and it's actually justified what we said, that corruption is the real issue. We've had issues of EXAs, we've had, issues to do with how governments have treated insurgents and the leaders of insurgents within the country. We've had, and of course that will affect our ranking. For so long, my friends who worked at Lagos State, I was saying that people died I told him, he told me nobody died. I'm like, how can you say nobody died? I lived up down the road, right? I was at the toll gate many times. I have a very good, so a group of us mothers had gone to make sure that kids were well fueled, water, tea, coffee, food. And I know how many people slept in our house for the next few days afterwards, and we're having to bring food to them. I can tell me nobody died. Thankfully, they not admitted that they died. But these are some of the things that actually then affect us, right? When we compare how we're doing this with other African countries, look at the giant of Africa, which is Eden. It shouldn't be Seychelles and Mauritius leading to, right? So for me, it's problematic. We don't rank too well. We have, and in fact, when you compare our 2022 performance with 2012, we're actually going there. We're regressing, you know, and so what can we do? Because this is all about solutions. And I think there's a lot. Ode and I work together quite a bit. You know, I kind of attached what I do to them to see, okay, how can we work together with Accountability Lab to just make ourselves, but I think the area I want to focus on is citizenship awareness. Because we all talked about it, and you started off with that quote. Everybody wants the best for Nigeria, right? Everybody wants to live in a corrupt-free world, because when we all like corrupt less world, but there's no corrupt-free country. But when we go to other countries, we see what lots of people are jackpotting for those reasons. So it shows you that people want a society that's sane, but then lots of awareness needs to be done at the citizenship level so that we can actually blow the whistle when things are not going right. We are concerned. So we had this anti-harassment campaign at my workplace. And it went on for so long that one of my colleagues was complaining that my anti-harassment campaign was harassing me. Because we were constantly shooting it out. But we got 2 cases reported out of that. And we've got someone very senior within the organization who's had to be dealt with as a result of it, right? Now, part of that campaign was the person who's been harassed doesn't want to see the one who complains. You who see the harassment, complain. And in fact, in this case, it was those who witnessed the harassment that complained. And then they now contacted the person for risk of intimidation and so many things. So I think it's really important that the citizenship awareness, so that everyone takes responsibility. If you see it, own it. If you see it, complain about it. And you're not waiting for the person who doesn't concern me. It's very difficult sometimes for companies to complain about things like that are wrong. Because we are still going to this government agency to get license, to get approvals. And the minute you complain, they'll say, hey, okay, we'll wait for you. And this is where, again, industry bodies help. This is where collective action help. This is where collaboration help. Because then you can present a united way to say, these are the industry issues we have. And as an industry, we want you to deal with it. And so those are the two things: citizenship awareness, and then the role of industry bodies and the role of trade.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Now, this floor will be open for us to take just 1 or 2 contributions. I'll do 1 hand, 2 hands. Good. So please, sir, let's hear from you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to take it from where Ayatollah stopped. I would use myself, and this is the reality, this is the real life situation. PwC gathered in a room like this and invited users of the process of the land registry. We had that event in one hotel in Jerry, and they asked us real life questions about our experience with the land registry. Lo and behold, I thought I was being a good citizen. So I told them our challenges, what we are confronted with, and all that and all that. And then
few months down the line, my files were getting stuck in the libraries. I wasn't making any progress. I was frustrated. Then I asked questions. And somebody said, you like to speak English. To report us. And it came back to us. And for that reason, your file, in fact, you have a spine to use file get mad and participate. You know what that means? Your file will never be cheated. If you grow up there, if you grow up from a child to and since then, I became an unwanted face. Even people who were my friend in knowledge started avoiding me. That one, you don't have to write petition. But that said, we have a commitment and a responsibility, and we have to be deliberate. If I go back to what the gentleman of the past said, the Chatham House report says a vast majority of Nigerians feel corruption is morally, yeah, correct, morally unacceptable. But guess what? Some Nigerians who feel more corruption is morally unacceptable, they are involved. So that is where the problem is. We are not deliberate. Look, even inside this room, we are speaking against corruption. When nobody is there and we are alone, check what we do, including me. And I will tell you why I said including me. So I need to get something done in CAC. And they say if I don't pay, I will not get it done. And they are frustrating me. And I need my client's transaction to move. After a while, we just say, pay them what they want and let's do. The question is, how deliberate are we about what we say? So corruption is not about Nigeria. I went for a conference in Kenya. If they tell you their own, you realize that we even have seniors. But I tell people, and I'm going to end my contribution with adult study stories. Part of what I do is executive coaching. So executives don't like to listen to theory. They want you to tell them real life situations that they can relate to. So I was telling somebody how, in fact, I think today I've actually said it again. You have to be persistent about what you do. Keep saying, don't relent. After a while, they will listen to that your little voice. How we came about gender inclusion in CBN. You want me to tell you the story? Yes. Winbies had a conference and they invited SMF. She knows the story. They invited Lamido Sanusi. And of course, they said what they wanted. This is what they had been clamoring for a long time. Lamido Sanusi, being the CBN governor then, took it back. And from there, the discussion started about how do we get them involved. Today is a policy position with CBN, with directive to all banks that top executive they should appoint 30% of women. Imagine that Winbies kept quiet or they cowed in because men don't want. Do you understand what I'm saying? So for me, I don't like to identify the problem without giving an idea of how we solve the problem. How we solve the problem is let's start with ourselves. Let us be deliberate, whatever it costs. If I'm driving in a car, my drivers know. If there is red light, stop. If you don't stop, you are going to go. If there is traffic, listen to music. Don't take one way. If you can't listen to music, thank goodness you can be online. WhatsApp is there, all the things are there. And I don't know why people are not patient in traffic. If you are in Lagos, 4 hours traffic, it's not a problem.
And the second hand.
All right, thank you so much for making this step. It is just obvious that we are all thinking towards the same time. All right, I bent down here in 2 things I think. The understanding of the challenge is not a problem. We all know what the problem is. I mean, just in 2 or 3 instances. I work with Fidelity Bank as a corporate social manager. And we traveled to Ocean State last year to train some women. And before this training, and 3 days down the line, I saw they called themselves the owners of the school. And they were like, you have been using our school, blah, 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 you've not settled us. I was like, really? What kind of settlement are we talking? Okay, I got to find out they wanted us to give them money. I was like, I came all the way from Lagos to empower your women. We've paid for renting the school and the other logistics. So what money are you still asking? Your women, not my women, your community women. That aside, I went to Delta State. We did something in the government school, but then on the day of commissioning, I mean, the day before, we went to meet the principal. Okay, what are the plans? And then she told us, have you guys gotten gift? You will give so and so. We're like, what kind of gift? Yes. Your students were sitting on the floor in 21st century Nigeria. We got to know, and we even brought chair and desk for you, lifting them up from dust to desk. And you are still asking me that somebody is coming for commissioner, I need to partake. What am I trying to say in essence? You know, Mr. Ode said something. The poor are actually the ones standing in the way of the poor themselves. And what I've come to discover is majority of Nigerians, if you're telling them about human rights and some of the corruptions, you become their enemy, just like what my brother said. So the question is, how do we do a mental reorientation? Because we are ourselves. It's not the government that are even asking me. The person, the beneficiary of corporate social projects is asking me, I still need to segment some things. So I don't know, how can we bring up this behavioral change? Because that's what we need, just like what the reporter said. Our problem is not policy. Nigeria has too many policies, all right? But in the implementation of these policies, these are the behavioral issues that are hindering implementation. So how do we go about this? That for me is really the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. So just to say, anyone online, if you have a question, please just use the emoji, right? To raise your hand and to
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share. So I think we are all converged at the point of what the problem is, which is corruption. To a large extent, I think that's what I take away from the panelist discussion. And how do we address that? I would agree that to address that, some of us use the term citizenship awareness and industry bodies awareness and education. And we're talking about culture shift and awareness. And I'm going back to the point I made yesterday. This National Action Plan, the 27-page document you sent to me, reads like a communique, my thing. I think the next thing is to move it to an action plan, the project, time to do, take action. And again, the first thing is to now change that language in that communique or that document into an action plan. And the first place to start is the communication that we're sending out. What is the purpose of this national business and human rights that we want to do? What is the purpose? Why are we doing this? In that entire document, please correct me if I'm wrong. I tried to read it at least twice. I didn't see anywhere where they said, this action plan will address our emissions by X amount. This action plan will address illegal immigration by X. Even if we're not specific to, let's say, increase GDP by 0.5%, how much? Because again, who is driving this?
between the government and the business, and between government and the business and community rights. And the attention of the business community will only be got if they understand what is the need for them, even civil society. What is the benefit of, why are we doing this? What am I going to gain? I'm going to stop illegal immigration. I'm going to stop people jackpotting so that they can stay here. And we have more medical people in the hospitals that we have here. Let's break it down. We need to do this so that the picture is clear of why we're doing what we're doing and what exactly are we doing. That for me is the starting point. Thank you for your okay.
Hello. So we have 2 questions. I think I don't know what to call gentlemen from the question, but we have 2 questions. And I don't know who you take one. Yeah. That's his one. But there's a question for Dr. here.
Okay. That section. Let me just read it first. It says, no person shall, in the course of exploration or mining, carry out operation in or under any area held to be sacred, or permit injury or destruction of any tree or other thing which is the object of veneration. So that's the question. He said, how can community fit around that carpet? Is that section 98, which so the law is clear on this. And so if an operator has been given license and is entering into an area, a veneration area, the law says they should not be allowed to do that. So what the mining host community can do, if they feel that the operator is strong or has government backing, is to seek for legal redress. I think going to court or even working in conjunction with the Federation. That's where we will now take up this issue. But the law is very clear on that such a thing should not be allowed to. And of course, I think there are lawyers in the House that can further give answers to that. The second question, where is it? That's, okay. So that's not what you need to do. The law is very clear on that. And that is why we're even calling for amendment to that Nigerian Mineral Mining Act. Is overdue for review. There are so many things that are wrong with that act.
It's already been reviewed.
Yes, and so in the new review, I think some of these things are being taken care of. For more so, when these laws were drafted, it never get input from the citizens. And of course, that's how policies are made in Nigeria. Just copy and paste without input from the citizens. In other countries, the traditional institutions have rights over their lands. And that is how they can be able to protect their ancestral lands. But in the case of Nigeria, the constitution empowers the federal government where minerals are sought. It comes under that exclusive right of the Federation. And they give rights of land to the governors, and the communities have no rights. So these are things, so that disempowers the citizens, the community members. And that is what is bringing some of these problems, conflicts, banditry in the mining host community, where the indigents have no right over their land. And so you can just wake up and see a foreigner doing anything, and they just brandish, oh, we've gotten license from the federal government. And when the citizens try to protest, the institutions are supposed to protect their rights now comes to oppress them. And we have many instances where community members have protested, and the police, the state actors were very, I don't know, they come against such organizations. More so in the Southeast, for instance. And of course, with this secessionist agitation, IPOP, all this, all they need is to reclassify you as an ESN funder. And that is, you are gone. So those are those things we really need to work on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think we have one more thing. To be honest and to be fair, to some of the government agencies, they do put out these documents for consultation. This is part of our responsibility as citizens to read these consultation documents and to respond to them. Sometimes they don't give you enough time to respond. That's it, right? But they are out there. And so again, I'm looking forward to an organization that's able to at least put together a list of this is what is currently up for consultation from all the MDA and which one concerns you, pick it up, read it, because they will go to they will send those things out to people they know, or industry bodies or business organizations that they are aware are working in that space. But please, let's take the time out. I'm always telling my team members, anything that concerns us, that's how we passed the FRP Act, and people did not really react to know that not only were they taking over the rights of to taking over responsibility for financial reporting, they were also taking over responsibility for corporate governance. Everybody went to until the acts came out. And now corporate governance is under FRC, not just financial reporting but corporate governance. And then afterwards, NBA, everybody started jumping up and down to say, oh no, but it's corporate governance, IoT. No. Let's read what is going out, what is out there, so we can comment on it, we can object to it, because it makes a difference. Thank you.
Okay. The last one to take in is there's one more comment. Has been answered. The online question has been answered. Is that not
video? Already. Or he just wants to speak. He wants to speak. Yeah, he wants to speak. All right. Okay, Jonathan, if you can hear me.
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay, please go ahead. Ask the question.
Okay, my question has basically been answered, but I just wanted to add that indeed we have tried to utilize. Anyway, I'm a journalist right for Cross River Watch, where I serve as civic space editor in Cross River State, and of course we've tried to also help the communities here utilize, especially Article 21 of the ACHPRO, to see how we can fight back. There is a committee that is planning to actually take one of the mining companies to court, of course. And I will agree with what he said with the issue of how this could devolve to a crisis in Cross River. And tell them that it's from the mining cadastral office, and they go about with the kind of crazy acts they carry out there. And also, we see some bigger miners deliberately operate even beyond the mining leases that they were issued from the mining cadastral office. And when you write to them, the stingers, the way they respond to you, most times you'll be scared as to what to do and all of that. But it's crazy, we'll keep pushing it.
you know, when that's the
the meeting will be with us and
you work on this thing more we're having
Okay, I think everyone is settled down. We have 13.99999999 units left. So please make sure to write down your points, and at the end, you will appoint somebody to speak on behalf of your group.
So if you are not able to make a comment on that document, please everyone can edit. You can put it on the paper, then it is in there. We still need for this for you. All right. You can have your input on the paper as well.
I'm just going to let's get the conference. No, the guidance, I'll stay right. Let's move you don't have the note transaction. So I just fleshing of maybe 1 or 2 or 3 communicators that we are thinking as well. And just at the end of the day, to talk. Within us, what do you think? Let's look at how communicators. You think we can improve on?
You said? See, I know this thing, I reach out. You know the time I reach out because I stayed back, I was trying to, and I don't even like, you know, I don't use this laptop. I don't like the pictures like that. Okay, so okay, number one, so what do we is premium enhancing ingredients mechanism with access of creating our increase awareness. You know they are not, so how do we increase awareness?
Hey.
No video.
Which one are you? Public procurement, procure water. We must set standards for that. Water when people use it, you encourage them to write them standard enhance the building school, the building schools, or the building buying a nationally accepted cake. You buy substandard cake because there is no one when you go to those substandard cake, what happens? There's nothing incorrect. The people also it's about there to standard. And one thing that we have but nobody on the camera say when you know the standards,
Regulated nature. So in my signatory at the end of every year, we need to give a commitment, but there is also a question and make sure that everything check the metrics. So to bring awareness as a business forefront of everything, remember the structure, something that makes you feel so that when people see that you can be held accountable. As I would into their operations and PR training.
There are existing business, for instance, into the operation among them.
Not this. The other one.
We have 3 minutes left. 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes. And I hope we are taking notes. Yes. If you're not taking notes, please take notes. Because we'll present this after.
Okay.
Can we not tamper with the document itself? Just it's not edit. Somebody has written item 2. I'll be trying to understand other groups. It's not the agreement that you see.
For teaching. No, laughing.
Don't want the rating of the document. Sorry. Time up. Can we gather our thoughts? Gather your thoughts and make your notes. And then nominate your speakers. Gather your thoughts, make your notes, nominate your speakers. Time up. So time up, time up, time up. Do we have our speaker? Have we made our notes? Do we have our speakers? Okay, 60 more seconds. Thank you. You just wrap up the conversation. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Business group 2, welcome back. Business group 3, welcome back. Give me your number so you know. Business group 4, welcome back. CSO Media Group 1, welcome back. CSO Media Group 2, welcome back. Government US system, welcome back. All right. So, business group 1, are we ready?
Okay, so let's have your feedback. All right, please let's all listen. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello. Thank you. So let's all listen to what they are saying, and then so we can have a good critique. See, yeah, then order if we need to change some other things. So business group one, here we go.
Okay, so what we've done, we've looked at the schedule of actions, and then essentially what identify the gaps. Okay. On one, where we're required to operationalize UN principles on business and human rights in particular, what we have looked at is what. Okay, so we said. Okay, so we require specific actions that will be taken by MDAs, and they will be required to okay, so they will develop guidelines which will support the lead agencies will support technical working group, and then to develop the guidance and then the support that is required. Indeed, so what we've identified there is that quite a lot of activities or actions have been put down, but they have to be distilled into actionable roles. And that has to be done by lead agencies, and the working group will have to set up properly to be able to deliver that. And then, so all those, we've also discovered that there are gaps. We identify the gaps, through gap analysis, and then we also work to implement them. Okay, we actually type in what we're doing into the platform. We also, yes, so they can be clear. Next one.
On the establishment sorry, yeah, we talk about identify the relevant areas, like to include FRC, NBH2R, and identify agencies that support that. And then we have on that. Then no, 3, where yeah, we said ensuring the policy we should include FRC, the Chamber of Commerce to represent our businesses and to community NGO for businesses. Sorry. Then what saying talk about IT must be included as well. Yeah. I know. Okay, then we'll talk about on the 41, the first one. We start to look for a way to include a value orientation, ESG, in the curriculum, starting from the early education of the Then the fifth one that says that enhanced access to education should be identified and strengthened. Yeah, that's one say about it. Then okay, yeah, anywhere they say that should establish identify and strengthen. There was talking about community sector to empower and be funded by community.
Yes, so we said that
community
for the that there are a lot of licensed bid rounds that are about to start. Mining, oil and gas in terms of marginal fields, And then all other license rounds. These principles need to be a condition of those licenses. So human rights, the key principles and targets should be a condition so that if you breach your human rights obligations, your license can be revoked. Yeah, so that was or not renewed. Yeah. And then also for host communities, there are a lot of community trust structures that are set up that they need to be empowered with legal counsel. And of course, this can be funded by the private sector, it's already being funded by the private sector, but also either legal counsel full-time or retained counsel who can not on behalf of community members when it comes to initiating legal action against people who breach their human rights.
That's all. Let's upload things. Let's upload. Thank you. Please, I can Thank you. Okay, so business group 2. Thank you. Who is talking here?
Basically, I'll be reading it out and see inside the want to respond and just the other members of the group. What we did was to look through the entire document and look at the aspects of we had it. So far, we didn't notice that taken out within the time we have to review the document. From the first one, we have the view that we should include. So what we did is so that if you are reading our document, we put all our objectives on the market. So, and then we follow them. It's very easy for you to just people to the document. Now we feel that under number 1, regulators and NBH should be empowered to enforce compliance. For instance, the NCBN, ABN, and the NGL. So from some of the things that were put here, we noticed that there's no form of compliance. So that should be factored in under the first one. Then going to the second one, when I'm done, I believe we're going to get more comments from the members. Then under the second one, we also felt that enforcement is also missing. So it should be part of the mechanism under operating partners and sectoral regulators. It should also be added. Let's need to include sectoral regulators. Then the third one, trying to bring the document. Then the ongoing labor law review, we understand the review, it should also be included. Documents in there. That would be the document that because human rights is there, so find a way to send it back to yes, labor law review is always so all of these human rights should be sent to them so that it's part of the labor law. So when it's coming out, it's part of the labor law. Then the fourth one, same thing is applicable here. It's not that all these human rights related issues will also send like reputation of that, but of course we are using another profession entirely. And then the fifth, so we're looking at apart from the legal law, enforcement must also be factored in. And then we also of the view that the leadership of organizations should be made to be aware of all of this. So part of the document, the content should be that there should be a requirement for organization and leadership
that they are aware of some of the, so before you can attend the leadership position, some of these will be part of what is expected that you will have. However, it could be quite into those leadership documents and all of those built in. And then the last one, we also of the view that the Nigerian industrial cost is also part of the body. So I believe we'll have one or two that comment on
it. Let's applaud business too. Business between.
The gaps identified under the first objective is that first, there is need to include the Factory Act and then the Digital Human Rights Act under the legal framework. And then we feel that there should be inclusion of civic education with human rights included in the educational curriculum. Under number 2, we think that there should be sectoral working groups, not just the national working group, and this should be at the state level.
Sectoral working, what do you think? Industry.
So the human rights, you have a national working group, but we also feel that most of the time topics are human rights issues are unique across different sectors of the economy. So there should be some focus on the sectoral dimension of the generic human rights issues, and that will include having some level of sectoral committee or working groups to support the overall working group. Feedback from the
I just asked that. That was what I was thinking, and I needed to be very sure that was what you meant. Because I know the action plan recognizes that. That is why the action plan has stated all sectors will be represented in that working group. So that all their interests are over the whatever decision they are taking at that level.
Okay, thank you. Under the third objective, we think that state laws should be operationalized, not just on the national level. When with the national action plan, there should be, it should cascade into the state and it should be operationalized there. Okay, for number 5, we think that there should be tax incentives for compliant businesses and there should be protection for whistleblowers. And then in all of this, we see that there are no timelines, there are no responsibilities, there are no baseline, there are no targets. And then I don't really saw anything that relates to monitoring, evaluation, and all. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I thought should I be bypassing because we are contented on this level that those sanctions can have previous effects on treatment. Yes, for non-compliance.
Addressing the issue of setting baseline condition, targets, and timelines. These documents are also observation. Just simply becomes another aspect of workshop paper and doesn't have any guides. And I mean, you just send away.
So back and strengthen it. I just put the SS up. Yes, because before you dismissing your staff there. So
yes, I want to commend this bill. It's something we didn't see, but it's the truth. Sanction. And I will draw a small example. You know, I don't know if any of you have received text messages from Lagos State government that you are owing 20,000 for And you will notice that people are beginning to put their brain in factory setting now. Because now, in fact, right in front of Popeye with them, my driver went up and I just received a message that you jumped traffic light. And I came back and showed him that you owed me 20,000. So by the time that happens, you create consciousness and people are careful about all these things. So there is sanction. And again, please, let's not keep quiet. I live around here. So we all know that the turning into 4-point junction is illegal. You have to go the other way. So the gentleman on Saturday was trying to enter, and I kept on telling him it's one way, but he still went because there was traffic. So when I went the other way and came back, last man stopped him. I opened my car and parked. I told last man, I actually informed him. Last man said, "Thank you, sir. We need people like you." Thank you.
All right. Let's have business between. All right, in terms of more, who is the Implicit applaud the treatment before. Okay. Supporting. Okay, CSO group one.
Okay, so we managed to look at two objectives, primarily because we were constrained by time, and we would make overall recommendations of each of the objective feedbacks. So under the legal framework for objective one, we did say that there is need to include more other laws, and we did mention the Child Rights Act. Group members were of the view that 34 out of 36 states have now domesticated the Child Rights Act. Yes. Yes. There's also the Data Protection Act, which the President signed earlier this year, Freedom of Information Act, and Persons with Disability Act that also needs to be included. Yes. And lastly is the Nostra Establishment Act as well. On the current status of and I think administrative court, we recommended that there is need to include the National Action Plan on Human Rights 2022 to 2026. You would recall that the NAP on business and human rights was not independently approved. It was inserted into the National Action Plan on Human Rights. So it's important that that's yeah. So the other thing we reckon would be important to include is the energy transition plan, because everything we're talking about seems to dovetail into climate change, environment, and all of that. So it's important to include that. Under performance indicators, we did say, I mean, it's not clear, my team members can jump in on this, on access to beneficial ownership register by host communities. So yeah, that's on the performance indicator. Then cooperating partners, we said it's important to include Ministry of Women Affairs, and then needs that. On objective 4, under actions, we talked about mandate transparency reporting. That is very important. Even if it is once per annum, for that to come in. Then overall recommendations we made include translation of the necessary documents, whether the implementation plan and the NAP itself, into local languages, so that people who know how to read and write in local languages can also gain that knowledge. And then there was an overall view that in thinking through this, we should be conscious of how our law protects us and not discriminates us. And this is on the basis that there are always talk around indigenous community. Meanwhile, it's not only indigenous community that live in such location, and that benefits should not discriminate. And this is well reflected in the Nigerian Constitution, I think chapter 4. Someone reflected on it yesterday. It was, it captures from, I think, 33 to 45. Sections 33 to section 45 captures that. And lastly, we said that obviously the time wasn't enough for us to look through all of this. And we did say that there is need for continuous dialogue on the development of these implementation plans, and that it shouldn't be one. Thank you.
We'll give you your clap. That's it.
Thank you, our secretary. We also spoke about the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, that it should no longer be about the oil and gas. It's important that the law expands, that it should go to manufacturing, go to construction, go to mining as well, because most of all of these other sectors have expatriates dominating that sector without having any form for inclusion of the locals, which should not be. The sector, oil and gas is no longer the sector that should have the paying sector generating our funds in the country.
Thank you. That's all for this thing, right? Yeah. So please let's applaud. Okay, PSO Media Host Communities Group, Stage 2.
I think most of our items have already been said by other tables, but I will run through them just for the sake of running through all of them. So firstly, MBA should make the NEP operationalizable through industry-specific mandated standards. I think table 3 of business had mentioned it's a sectoral approach that we're taking. Number 2, standardize and deploy some sort of human rights assessment using the UNGP and objectives of the NAP as part of the public procurement process, and even other private endeavors, as well as instituting continuous monitoring and establishing a blacklist for those who fail in the assessment. I think Group 1 had even spoken about revocation of licensures. And I do know that there is some sort of, assessment embedded in environmental impact assessments, looking at host communities who are already there. But to make it something separate and make sure that it's along all of the objectives and components of human rights. Next is ensuring that there's a comprehensive multimedia and multi-platform and multilingual capacity building and communication among all stakeholders, including at the community level itself. That's mentioned, but just expanded upon. Next was making sure that we identify an independent body to harbor and manage the grievance reporting mechanism. So in the framework, it's already that there should be a grievance reporting mechanism, making sure that there's an independent body to run it, give them the specific duty to escalate the grievances to appropriate public authorities or regulators who will then handle the breach or violation that has taken place, as well as giving the independent body the right to track the response by the authority. So that will involve data sharing and I guess real-time updates. Next would be establishing standards. I think Business Group 3 also spoke of this, including timeframes related to the responses to the grievances. So, for example, within 48 hours, there must be an acknowledgement by the responsible MDA that this violation or this report has been received, and then maybe within 5 days that there's a communication about the next steps and so on and so forth, as well as giving a timeline by which investigation should be closed. And all of this is to push for rapid response. So not just that there's a mechanism to report your grievances, but that we're actively encouraging a very rapid response so that it's not just lingering for a year or so, as well as establishing conventions regarding reporting, both on a case-by-case basis, as well as an aggregate annual basis, as well as establishing consequence management or sanctions. So the working group is to identify industry-specific remedies or administrative consequences that must take place in case of a breach. And then next is if an investigation is conducted and it was discovered to be a violation, that perhaps the NAP should specify timeline and amount when it comes to remedy and compensation. At least give advisory, because then it's not just at the discretion of anyone. And then lastly, an item on whistleblower protections. While whistleblowing is needed and excellent, there should also be a more continuous public feedback mechanism. So that way, almost, it's in the aggregate that these complaints are coming. And continuously, so that they cannot identify whistleblowing happened just yesterday and we know the specific incident. That there's continuous monitoring and continuous feedback and specifically tech-enabled feedback, which the working group should perhaps have a separate conversation about how to integrate technology and reporting technology into the whole framework that it's needed, as well as finally, public feedback when it comes to businesses. So we've heard that even host community leaders are the ones who are stopping progress as it should be done. So feedback mechanism, even for businesses to report on host communities, was also needed. Yes, and then lastly, we spoke about corruption and enforcement, that we should also tackle elements of corruption as we look to further humanize.
And lastly, all right, thank you. I see the issue of sanction is coming up again. I know that. Okay, is that all from the table? Yeah. Okay, please let's applaud. Yes.
Talking, we had mentioned it yesterday, but it seems all of us have forgotten it. And that is, there's nothing there that talks about incentives. So we seriously need to put in place things that incentivize companies. So look, I didn't hear, sorry.
As from sanction for compliance. Okay, so finally we come to the power table, right? We come to the power table, government and the...
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here we went through the board document and made some observations, which we think there are some government agencies that we think are not included in the whole document. So I think which are EFCC, ICPC, and NFIU to ensure the business environment is free from corruption. So I think these are agencies of government need to be part of the document. Then research the Nigerian Police Force need to be part of the agencies to protect human rights and human rights in business environment. And there is also another agency of government, National Orientation Agency, NOA, which ensures government programs and policies are well spread and well understood by populace in the country. So that one too, we think it needs to be included. And there is another government agency, Nigerian Agricultural Quarantine Service, NBH2R, which ensures plants and animals that are exported or imported into Nigeria are healthy. So these two, these government agencies we mentioned with their mandate, we think they need to be included. Then there are other two important federal government policies, which are National Plastic Waste Policy and National Total Waste Management Policy, which has to do with the protection of human health and the environment. And this sort of plastic waste is one of the major challenging waste in the whole world. So these are very important government policies that need to be part of what we mentioned, what needs to be added in the document. So I think this is the summary of what we discussed. I don't know whether any of my colleagues have something to add. Thank you.
Thank you.
So finally, we holistically, after all things that my colleague had said, we looked at basically the first thing is that the national working group should include all the agencies that have been mentioned. It should include people. One of the advices that I should include almost everybody from all the agencies that have been mentioned. Secondly, there should be a proper data protection and data sharing platform. That's all the real-time data from all these agencies can be shared in real-time basis for purpose of action and enforcement. And then finally, there should also be monthly or quarterly reporting. And those monthly and quarterly reportings should be backed by sanctions. So all these agencies that come in should have sort of like a binding element in them, such that all of them should, I don't know if it should be some form of agreement between all the members of the working group, because all the members of the working group, if it includes all those agencies, so they should have sort of like a binding agreement between parties that we submit
monthly or quarterly or real-time information to this platform. For example, the Office of the Attorney General of Federation receives quarterly, and is backed up by law, receives quarterly remittances of people from prisons, people that are incarcerated in prisons, people that are released from prisons, and is backed up by law. And all these agencies have a duty to report to the Office of the Attorney General. So I believe we can incorporate this also into the national working group for the purpose of business human rights. But at the end of the day, it's still an infringement on human rights.
Thank you. Okay. Comments.
Thank you. I just want to follow up with what the government agencies came up with. It's okay, all the government agencies should be involved. But the point I'm coming from now is that I've been involved in few committees with government agencies based on PPP. And one of the challenges that we have observed, which I think we should also put in mind when setting up this committee, is that with government individuals, I mean representatives of government, there seems to be issues. Okay, a committee was set up with representatives from different government agencies. So the first meeting, the person came, the second meeting, the person came, then the third meeting, somebody else is coming. Then it's either the person has retired or the person has been transferred to another government organization. So this kept reoccurring for some of the committees that I'm aware of. So I think it's something you also need to look into, find a way of working around this stuff.
I don't think it's even just about the government agencies alone. Even the civil society sector, social media, this is that kind of career where there is a team. And then the best thing, the web, the one representing that civil society, so to speak, I mean, is the committee, we have also another office, and then another person comes, and that person is looking totally blank of all that have been going on in that thing and all that. And then you just go, and it's across all sector. I don't know how that is going to be handled because we can't stop go from retiring, and then we can't stop go from moving to other agencies. Well, you should have a lot at that level of the national working group. Okay, we are closing now, but I want to drop this mic just before I drop any last comment from anybody before we take the closing. We are all good as well, right? Who is that? Okay.
Good afternoon, all. Thank God for the grace He has given us to gather here to talk about ourselves, because this whole thing is about individual selves, first and foremost. Now, I just want to say this. Like yesterday, we observed that yes, we have so many of these policies and that we need implementation. Now, this thing should come as a collective responsibility. Because by now we should realize that government often lacks the political will to implement. And that is why we have the CSOs around. So when we get back home, please, whatever it takes, let us step this thing down to our immediate constituents so that they can be aware of it. Then don't let us stop at just doing that. Let us continue to tell global rights to do something about this public enlightenment thing. Because if people do not know policies that are made to improve their well-being, there is no way they can demand their rights from government. So these are the issues that I want us to go away with. It is good that we gather, yet we need to disperse. Disperse in the sense that we need to disseminate what we have got together and prepare to do it on a larger scale. We assume a lot about the level of knowledge of our elites. When we started this, the public enlightenment program on the mineral and mining law, a lawyer, I'm talking about a lawyer of record, I will not mention him, confessed to having never even come across that law. And he was profusely thanking us for organizing that and even inviting him over. So don't let us assume that, these people know. The FOI Act, I was part of the implementation group. When we met people, we saw that people had, the idea that the FOI Act belongs to lawyers. The FOI belongs to journalists. So nobody was paying attention to it. So this is the kind of things that happen. Don't let us just think, oh, some people are doing it. Let us individually take that responsibility. We can mainstream it into our programs. We have other programs that we do, even at our level. We can mainstream it and begin from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now before I okay, so just to say, I wanted to see if you have something to say. Yeah. So we've had a question online. All right, so thank you so very much, everybody. It's been a very engaging 2 days. And I'm most grateful to UNGC for taking the lead in mobilizing the business community part of the CSR. We did it last year with UNGC as well, but I think this year just have that edge than what we experienced last year. And then really appreciate the host community, business host communities that decided to join us this year as well. Thank you very much. And then just to say one thing about the action plan, about what I was saying, everybody say, and then what the life pastor it's all our responsibility to even, it's not global rights, all our responsibility to let everybody know that there's an action plan. Even you as business, you need to let your consumers and then your host community know that there is a lay down process, an action plan. If they have grievances, how they should go about it, rather than taking the law into their hands or disrupting your business or what you're doing. You need to educate them about the action plan so they know that, okay, there is any grievance they have, okay, there are channels for them to address rather than just what is saying, what's that word again? Picket, just picket the venue of the business and start taking it forward. So thank you very much. And also please remember to, now it's time for us to use our contacts now. So use our contacts in the government and all the relevant agencies to see that this action plan came in place. And to see that the working group especially is quickly inaugurated so that all the work can start. So thank you so very much again. It has been a pleasure meeting many of the start meeting for the first time. summer market goods in Nigeria, how to get that we want. So thank you so very much. Thank you, Tony. Let me thank Tony. I'm thanking her openly because many of us may not know, Tony is actually undergoing right now. It's on education. It's just but we still make ourselves available for this. So let me say thank you. Thank you very much again. It's hard to say goodbye, but I'm saying goodbye. And then thank you for all the team members. Thank you so very much. Kevin, Winifred, Kenneth, Ayo, and of course, Tesla Group that provided the picture. Thank you so much for a great job. And then let's do it again next time. So please, step out, collect your meal ticket for the lunch, and then let's have a final group photograph outside there. And then those that came in from outside the group, like that, Secretariat informed that there was a sponsorship of your coming that we're getting that ticket for. Please, before you go meet Winifred, it's not time for everybody to sort out. And then please, you have a very good lunch time. Thank you. Please eat the food before you go.